இப்போ வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணேன் சாரி மீட் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for joining us today. So I can see a lot of new faces. So who are you attending for the first time? Wow, that's a huge number, right? Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for all the people who came for the first meetup and second meetup for supporting us. Thank you guys for you as well. So I'm Vignesh Murugan. So I'm the organizer of JSLovers Chennai chapter. Let me tell you what is JSLovers is all about. So JSLovers is a non-profit tech community. So we do host meetups, workshops and conferences. This is a community by the developers, created by the developers, for the developers. So we are around 5 plus 5 Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, London and now in Chennai. Am I audible to the end? Is it good? Okay, sure. Little bit low. கேக்குதா சவுண்ட் ப்ரோ வால்யூம் இன்க்ரீஸ் பேசுடா கேக்குதா லாஸ்ட்டுக்கு ஓகே தேங்க்யூ ஸோ ஐ வில் ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரம் த பிகினிங் அகைன் ஸோ JSLovers is a non-profit tech community. So we do host meetups, workshops and conferences. So this is created by the developers for the developers. So we are in 5 plus cities. It was started in Delhi, now in Bangalore, Hyderabad, London, Pune, and now we are doing in Chennai as well. This is the second meetup in Chennai. So in meetup.com we do around 6,000 plus people, and overall JSLovers has conducted more than 500 plus sessions in several cities. So this is our founder Neha Sharma. She started JSLovers in Delhi in 2015. So it is now around 9.5 years old. Now currently she works at Amazon as a solution architect and in UK. So this is the team that organizes JSLovers in several chapters like Pune, Hyderabad, London, UK and European Union as well. So these are our community partners. So as a tech community group, we do partnership with other communities for hosting conferences and meetups. So these are few of the communities we partnered with in the past. So these are our sponsors. So thank you for all the sponsors. Thank you for Talentship as well for sponsoring us and supporting us for this meetup. This is so I am just your neighborhood JavaScript developer. So actually, I just want to tell how we started this JSLovers Chennai chapter. So I was working in a non-IT field. I passed out in 2018. 4 years I worked in a non-IT field, and then I got transitioned into IT. For the past 1.6 years, I'm working in IT as a JavaScript developer. So I just joined a small company, and there are not a lot of people who can guide me and help me with the work I am doing. So I was looking for communities in Chennai, JavaScript communities, so where I can learn from them, gain the knowledge sharing, and do networking. But unfortunately, there were not active JavaScript communities. At that time, I was searching for communities in Chennai. At that time, I came across Neha Sharma's post about JSLovers, how they were running for the past 9.5 years in several cities, So I just messaged her, like, do you run a chapter in Chennai? Just out of curiosity, I just asked her. She said, no, we are not in Chennai. Actually, what I was telling, like, I do saw a gap. There is no active JavaScript community in Chennai. So there is an organization, they are doing JavaScript meetups in several cities. So I just asked her, I will start the Chennai chapter. She agreed, and I collaborated with them, and they helped me taught me how to run meetups. So what and all I need to do, what all I should not do. So like that it happened. And July 13th, we conducted our first JavaScript tech meetup in Chennai. A lot of you attended. Thank you for that. So this is our second tech meetup in Chennai. Thank you for joining us. So we do plan a lot of sessions today, and we do have an important announcement to make to you guys. And so we do it. So thank you for joining us. So this is a community. So please feel free to ask any questions or doubts, to contribute. Please feel free. So don't be shy. Don't be an introvert like me. Okay. So yeah. So this is in your hands. So you are the people who are the community. So please do spread the word. Tell about this to more people. Let's grow the community in Chennai. So let's all learn and grow together. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So I will give to Devi.
Thank you so much, Vignesh, for giving that deep insight on the JSLovers community. So with no delay, we just jump into our first session. So the first session will be taken by Rishabh. Rishabh is a product lead at Ford Pro. He is having almost 5 years of experience. So being an internal tech session speaker at his office, so it's his first external session. So over to you, Rishabh.
Hello. Right at the back. Can you guys hear me? Yep. Okay. Hi everyone. Good to be back out over here after so long. And quick introduction about myself. Rishabh Bhattacharya. I have been working for 5 years now. Love to travel and do exciting stuff as well. And on top of that, like I've been working in numerous startups until I landed in Ford. Ford is my first multinational company, and more experience in startups, right from like take things and ship it out. That's what we have been doing, right? We all over here have been doing. Just a hands up for who knows about design system libraries. Okay, I'm telling you a familiar word, Materials UI, or MUI, who has used it? Yeah, now, okay, getting more hands up. Yeah, so Material UI, or I would say as design system library, they are creating certain components and giving you out to use it, right? So for me, right now, I'm dealing with that same thing, but particularly in focus of Ford. So without further ado, I will start this session over here, and we'll start about now that we have a context about what I will be talking about, right? So coming to, is it working? Now, what is design system library? So as we all know that Material UI or design system libraries kind of give you a similarized, structured go-to components, right? So you don't have to think about styles, you don't have to think about how to use it. You just read the documentation and make sure that, okay, you follow their guidelines and that's it. Nothing to worry about. It's ready to go components made for your particular use cases, right? So sometimes you use that, but most of the product-based companies, they don't utilize Material UI or MUI, which is publicly available. They need certain closure of like, okay, I need the propriety, I need to know how it's been developed, make sure that the components are being tested well, we have certain control over how to design it and everything, right? So the problem when I landed up in Ford, and the first thing when I was like, okay, yeah, design system library, I will work on it. Yeah, so exciting, right? And the first thing which I saw over there, a grave mistake of how things were being done with respect to the design system library. We have more than 7 verticals in Ford, ranging from where I'm working right now as Ford Pro. There is Ford Credit, Ford Blue, there is Lincoln, there is XYZ. I don't have the count about it, so there are so many. So when I asked my at the time product manager that is this library being utilized for Ford, and his answer was nope, it's being used in just the Ford Pro vertical. But I was like, why? Right, it doesn't make sense because we have a button which feels like a button, can be used like a button everywhere. You just need to just change the color based on whatever the vertical it is. So coming into that dilemma, I spent I was still working on the Ford Pro's design system library, but side by side I was pursuing my product manager. Let's build one for the whole company, not just for one vertical, right? And on top of that, it will save so much of money, development money, design system money, like designers money and everything. So bunch of money saved, good for company, good for us, we are doing something better, right? But there was a grave deal of problem. What was the problem? Not all things look similar, right? A button would be a button. That's a small thing. When you go with a hero component, who knows about hero component or anything? Okay, one. So whenever you land on a page and there's a big poster, okay, and there is a video running in or an image and someone shaking hand with someone else and being like that, that's the hero component. Okay, but now the thing is, someone just needs a video on it, someone needs a image on it, someone needs a big play button on the center, someone needs a big play button on the left hand side, right hand side, and everything. Those are just design aspects, right? So we thought about multiple things and we went through it, like how we make sure that we achieve different sets of challenges and make our architecture better. Okay, so over here I'll be talking about few components of like how we build things. So coming out to the next slide, design tokens. So then there is development and then there is documentation. But if you see these slides, the overall it's governed by the multi-level design system architecture. So there is a inner part and there is the whole outer part of the component library which we have created. I will go through one after the other. What does it mean? Starting from the design token. So design tokens, if you have some idea about design tokens, what are them? So they are basically what the CSS variables are about. Who knows about CSS variables? Raise hands. Yep, we get it, right? So CSS variables we created by on our own, right? But these tokens are being provided by our design team who make sure that everything is uniform. There is no differences between, okay, what color does a button look like in Ford Pro or what color does a button look like in Ford Credit. Okay, so if you go to Facebook and see their button, it's always blue and it's similar to every page, right? How to make sure that that color stays the same, how to make sure that font weight which we are applying to it stays the same, and then coming down to the very end of it, like for example tomorrow if you want to change the font weight of every heading level, do you go to each component and say, okay, now I change from 500 to 600 and 700 or semi-bold to bold? We don't do that, right? And that's tiresome. That's really anti-pattern of our developers' experience which we have, right? It's a grave place where we don't want to be. So that's what solves the design tokens. Design tokens gives us the uniformity, one single place of truth. Okay, so it gives us multiple things like color, typography, spacing. You don't have to think about tomorrow if margin changes from 1 pixel to 2 pixel and all the other components throughout your websites. Like for example, Ford has close to 300 pages of different pages, right from forms of input forms and everything. And if you think of going there and changing each file at a time, it's crazy, right? So design tokens gives us the uniformity and easy to do things over here. Thanks to our great designers in our company, they make sure that it's very seamless for us. They are also learning a bit of TypeScript and JavaScript because of us and help us doing our thing much more easier. What are the benefits of token? As I said, centralized token, make sure that if something changes, everything goes, updates the whole website, doesn't have to think about anything else. Consistency, right? We know that, as I told, the font weight should, for a button, text should be similar for everywhere. Doesn't matter what you need over here. Maintainability, of course, right? You don't have, like as I said, you don't have to think about going each and every places and changing those things and making sure that it's done. The major things which we are focusing is the accessibility. Like we know the compliance of EU, the Canada market, the North American markets. There are so many markets, right? Trying to adhere for every standard is always a pain point. Make sure that we follow the latest standard which we have, and right now WCAG 2.2 AA is the standard which every continent is following up. So we are making sure that that's being followed out directly. How do we manage design tokens? So it's specifically for the designers. They utilize different tools like Figma. There are wireframes and every other things. There is zero height for documentation purpose, which designers particularly use how to use the components, right? There is Storybook, which we also use for showcasing our components, how the components look, feel, how to use it, make sure that you pass this prop, make sure that you give height equals to 0 for XYZ to achieve that. So we make sure that those things are being used. We, from Ford's point of view, we are using we have started using zero height, and in transition to use that, we are already using Storybook. Helps us a lot for documentation, and it's free, by the way. So you don't have to think about paying money for that or something like that. It's open source technologies which we follow up. Coming to an example of design tokens which we have. So for example, if you have color, some random color of red, right? As I said, if that has to be changed, and it has to be like gone through every places, right? So in Ford, what we are doing, right, is, or it's kind of like a standard. We have two sets of design tokens or types of design tokens. One is primitive. Primitive directly assigns the value. What does color red 1200 or 1400, whatever it is, based on your depth or based on your like range, it grows. Like from 0 is will be like very light, up it goes, darker it goes. So assigns the value to the primitive value, but primitives changes, right? Primitive value always changes. Primitive values also changes. Like tomorrow 1200 is 880808. Tomorrow it will be 1400. It could be 1400, right? We don't. It's so tough to manage that. So there is a semantic value as well. So semantic value is what we use, the developers. So we don't have to think about what does a like warning color would look like. We don't have. We just have to use that warning, right? So that's why we take the semantic value of what we have here. What you could see is color red 1200 is aligned to color fill danger subtle. So subtle is like, okay, yeah, something much more darker could come. Okay. So coming to the next slide, what do we follow for the development purpose? So for development, what we are using right now is core with respect to this. How do you maintain a design system library, making sure that the styles are being applied in a evenly fashion, make sure that it's like I would say applying SAS or SCSS, it's very tiresome. It definitely has a complete like if you're assigning some variable in some place randomly and it's getting like exposed in the other places as well, right? We have faced those issues so many times. So what we are using is like again an open source library called style components. So style components gives us the idea of like how to maintain those components, how to make sure that the styles are being addressed to that particular component rather than being everywhere, right? So a focused style component helps us maintaining the design system library over here. There are other design system libraries, as I said, Material Design, which is owned by let's say Google, and Tailwind and Bootstrap could be used as well for your development purpose, but what we prefer is more of the style components because it allows us to attain the structure of multi-level, not just one one particular vertical purpose which we have, right? So which is why we are trying to, like, in future we'll go to StyleX. So StyleX, if you focus over here, I got to know about it on our React Nexus meetup this year. It's very easy to use. It's compile time execution, not runtime execution of these styles which is being compiled. So it is much more faster, and there is but right now we have already been using style components, so probably in future we'll transition to that. Implementation, about implementation which we are, like, if you are not using design tokens, PRs will not be executed or merged. So that's what we are making sure that it's tightly, there is a abstractness in our architecture, but it's tightly coupled with the design tokens which we have. If you are not using it, because if we are not tying it up, tomorrow it will be tough for changing the colors or changing the font weights or changing anything which you want throughout the library. So to make things easy for future, make it tightly coupled with respect to design tokens, but there is abstractness obviously. Coming to testing and validation, no matter how much you do it, like in my 1.5 years of experience in design system library and creating components from scratch, no matter how much you do it, it's not enough, I would say. Okay, so it's purposely I would say it takes time. Make sure that you give almost everything, automation cases, make sure you rewrite your unit cases, make sure you do automation integration testing, even though you don't have to think about it, but you have to do it. Okay, so there are multiple sets of things which you have to make sure that you take care of one after the other. So automation definitely helps you out, visual testing definitely helps you out in the automation cases, making sure that if someone mistakenly makes the font weight from 500 to 600, you catch that. So definitely helps, automation definitely helps. And we have a validation team who tests out our components as well, make sure that its interactiveness is also fine, even after the automation integration testing has been done. Coming to the development purpose. So this is kind of like a visual representation of our architecture, just the component and foundation layer. So at the base on the right hand side, which you can see, there is design tokens which we follow, which we use all the time. That's interrelated with our theme layer. Theme layer is where we are utilizing the components, and if I go behind over here, theme layer is where we are saying that, okay, button at hover state uses color fill danger subtle, let's say. Okay, so that's where the theme layer is coming into picture. Then comes the foundation layer, where everything is being handled at a separate structure, make sure that it's abstracted. We are not tightly coupling the things between our components and the theme. That's purely abstracted. If you tightly couple it, tomorrow there is no room for improvement, I would say. So make sure that if you guys start with any design system library on your own or contribute in one, I would suggest make sure that you keep as much as abstract as possible. Then comes the component layer, where we are creating the components using the style components. It's fairly simple, just type like style.button and apply the styles. That's just it. You don't have to think about what are the colors or and you get a style component, then apply the colors onto it. We on a daily basis, if someone touches any component, they have to work on accessibility. That's what we have made our standard. So we, the developers, we didn't think of accessibility as the concern until say this year, and we in the talk of React Nexus, I had multiple opportunity to talk with the foundational teams of GitHub, then React as well, and they're like, there is no solution to accessibility because it grows and it improves every day and by day. The only thing which you could do is take up every day, make sure that whenever you're touching any components or you're working on any components, work on accessibility, making sure that it's been done throughout across this standard which we have. Then comes SonarQube and Fossa. Fossa is basically to make sure that we don't have any security exploits or libraries which we are utilizing, and it's up to this standard and doesn't create or lead to any security vulnerabilities for our components to be exploited. And SonarQube, obviously, who doesn't know that, right? Coming to the documentation, that's the pain point. Who loves to write documentation, I would say. I know this. It will be very few. I'm a hater of documentation, particularly. I literally don't like it. Over the experience which we have, if you have a design system library, make sure it's perfect. People will scrutinize you. People will make sure that why it's not mentioned over here, or something like, okay, there is because we as a developer we think that this is generally fine, right? Thickness, height, or something which everyone knows, but I can assure you that not everyone knows that. So make sure that documentation is pitch perfect, has every detail inside the documentation which you have, and make sure that it's up to date even every day. In our development process, the one thing which I missed out over here is, along with accessibility, we also make sure that documentation is updated every day. Coming to our effectiveness of the documentation, obviously gives us the introduction of the design system, what is the purpose of it, how to be utilized, and making sure that people don't say just button and wrap up a div and say now color is purple. So we also make sure that they follow the standard which we have. On a daily basis, I have 4 hours of dev connects and 4 hours of development. The thing which is happening is the penetration throughout the organization as it grows, my meetings grows over there as well, and less development. I do hate the meetings because I'm a developer. I do like to develop things out. Coming down to component and patterns, make sure that the details are, as I said, every detail is needed. You need to make sure that you provide those as soon as possible and make sure that it's written out. Let's say height, if you're providing any height functionality, even though we think that native properties are well known, but no, not everyone knows that. Design tokens which we have over here, obviously make sure that the design tokens also are documented. What is the purpose of utilizing those design tokens? Because we are also exposing our foundation layer because for our developers. So if you need anything, just utilize it and go through our documentation. And thanks to my team, they have created a really good documentation layer for everyone who are using our components. Obviously, guidelines. How, why, and what to be used, when to be used, and how to be used, right? So those are the things where you can say these things are not allowed in our organization or in our website or in our. So that comes through the upper layer of the designers who are thinking through how we present our components or how we present our pages throughout the website. Coming down to the last one, obviously accessibility. as we know that not many people know what accessibility is or how to provide the things, that has been a challenge throughout our day-to-day basis. We are making sure that each component has an accessibility example, making sure that every detail of whatever they need to provide, they are providing it over there. Obviously, the architecture, right? Before going to the details of the architecture, I would like to explain how multi-level design system library could be achieved, and some analogy with the human body analogy, right? So let's say there are two persons. Person A has skin color of A, let's say blue. Okay. Then red. And then person B has the skin color B, which is blue. But if you take a human body, the skeleton, we have 206 bones, right? We have the same skin. You can change the color, right? You can apply colors, you can make sure that anything can be done. So why do we need two different skeletons to be utilized? You can use the same skeleton, make sure that you just change the skin. Okay. If you have 206 bone, it's fine. When you have 207 bone, that's a crazy thing. We don't want to go there, right? The main architectural design which we have made sure is you can go with what we have. Let's say there should be always 206 bones. Can't can't change the bones over there. But you can change the color. You can change, let's say I want to switch my left hand with the right hand. I can do that, right? Using CSS. Don't do it to me, please. So yeah, you can do that. You can change your hand with legs with hand. Those can be possible with CSS, right? So that's the analogy over here which we have tried, and that's what the core idea I put up, like, okay, how to make sure that we have what we have, right? What I could show you is, let's say, I'll just go to foodpro.com, right? So these components over here, whatever you see, is being used by our developed components. Everything, this hero video and everything is being the same thing over here. Same goes with Lincoln. Like we have same things. Nothing changes over there though. Okay. What changes over here is the view, right? So if you see the difference between the top and the bottom, the next, Lincoln and Ford Pro, only the position of the text changes, right? Nothing much. It's still the same thing. There is no difference about what we have here. So that same analogy comes to us with respect to the current slide. Yep. That same analogy comes over here with person with the same bone structure, with the same skin, but you can apply whatever the styles you want. So coming down to the next, we have design token of company A, the look and feel what they want to give, right? Design token of company B, the look and feel what they want to give. Then comes company A. Okay, company B just has light theme. They don't have dark theme. We don't have to think about that. Like when company B is ready, they can bring the dark theme whenever they are ready. Okay, company A already has light and dark theme. They are passing it down to the theme layer. Now, company A theme and company B theme is completely derived from what we have from the design tokens. They are interrelated over here. Okay, but the theme layer again, it's abstracted. Like theme layer uses whatever you are passing the company A and company theme. They are not they don't have to think about light theme and dark theme. They just have to think about what company A and company B theme we are providing over there, and that's how it's being used. So again, coming down to the component, passing down the same thing, responsible UI, accessibility, SonarQube and FOSA. What this does, we are making sure that company A, company B follows through the same security structures, same guidelines, same usability, same interactability, nothing changes. Okay. But company A and company B will be like, okay, yeah, I'm just using the components over here. That's it. So that was the end of my session over here. Any QA or any questions you guys have? No. That's a proprietary design system, so we are not exposing it right now. Probably in future we might do it, but not right now. Definitely not in foreseeable future, what I know about. Any other question? Make sure that it's as abstract as possible. Like for example, coming down to the example again, right over here, we have the same title, body and buttons over here, if you see in the example. Same goes over here, but only the button, or one of the button is kind of like not there, or two buttons are not there. So we are making sure that the structure is almost the same. It's just the CSS which you are applying and you can manipulate through that, right? So different theme layer you can keep. Okay, theme layer you have to think about companies rather than dark theme and light theme. Beforehand we had just one theme which was light theme, right? Then we brought dark theme. Now we are making sure that one more level of abstractness comes in, where company A and company B becomes the theme over here. And company A, company B has different theme layer, shows whatever the colors over here, shows the effect, how it needs to be shown. And that's how it's kind of a transition. So think about company and company B, not like fairly be it like a dark theme and light theme. Okay. And make the same transitions as it is. Okay. So at last, if you dig down, nothing changes. Like it's the same dark theme and light theme application, but in much more higher level, and making sure that the both are at the same page. So it is very fairly possible to do within an organization. But for example, if it's, let's say, different organization and Y organization, okay, some might need a animation of XYZ and DEF transition from left to right and right to left. That's a bit of tough over there, but still could be achieved. If you make sure that the abstractness of the theme layer is as good as possible, which we are trying to do, it doesn't, at last it makes sure that okay, you're just applying something over there. It's just the theme which you're applying there, rather than you don't have to think about design tokens or something like that. You just think about company and company B theme rather than anything else. So yeah, does that answer your question? Okay. Any other? Yeah. Multi-level over here is when usually design system libraries are just for one particular organization, right? So for example, Facebook has its own design system library. Instagram might have its own design system library. How to make sure that both are together, right? That's where the multi-level comes into place over here. Multi-level brings you the same architecture, but applying the multi-level purpose, where two different organizations are kind of like applying the same, using the same design system, are achieving the their component library what they need. Yeah.
Since you have mentioned about the style component, are you referring to the exact style components library that what we have in the system, or is it something that is different? Maybe something that is a part of code you are referring to?
No, it's the same style components library which we have.
I have got a question over there.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the readability of the code when we are using the style components? Because there will be a lot of nesting if you are going to use a lot of different styles for each and every component. What's your call about that?
So readability is again a pain point, right? It's there in SAS, it's there in CSS as well, right? For style component purpose, it's fairly easy because you know that what are the styles being applied for the header, then footer, and everything. You're not giving one single file with 1,000 lines of styles being applied through it, right? It becomes fairly simple to read. As for me, I've always faced challenge with SAS and CSS because it's 10,000. If you are not a good developer or like you have not thought about readability or developer experience, it will go thousands of lines, right? And okay, and somewhere down at the top you are applying some after class, and you are saying that some other after every div changes, div class is applied, the color will change to blue. Now you'll start finding that class it's tough, right?
Yes.
Style components gives us more effectiveness on the readability for that case, so I would say it's much more easier for us to do.
When it goes 2 or 3 levels nested, it is going to look like we have to differentiate between.
So if you're reading in the browser, it's always tough. But code-wise, it's always easy for you to take it up. So I think I have my personal project I could show. I can't show you my obviously.
That's true.
Let me. I'm not sure it's available over here or not. Yeah, so this is one of my personal projects which I've been creating, and so for example in component, and there is slot, right? I'm just doing this. So for example over here, whatever the styles which are being applied to the slot wrapper styles, it's being applied to that. There is no difference of the changes over here. If you want to know what the styles are, you can just go here and check it out. There is there is style, like title, then there is wrapper, and then there is placeholder. You're applying the styles over here, you're making sure that those styles are being over here. And if you go on one more layer up, those are the styles. It's much more readable.
Yeah, what I was looking for is maybe there is a syntax like an open bracket, style dot that particular class name.
No, if you're using CSS objects, okay, it's fairly simple. If you have written inline styling, it's similar. There is no differences over here. Now again, it's like you can make it worse. Okay, we have come from the worst. Now we have. It's fairly simple of like what you see here. Okay, so
this
it's much.
This adds clarity because I was assuming that we are going to have a nested kind of thing, but now we could see the list of variables.
Yeah.
This makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to add one point to the list of component libraries what you have mentioned. Recently, the chat scene has been very much popular, and it has given all the design-related things, whatever, right from login, sign up, and then even till charts they have implemented, and a complete form validation. Everything is being taken care of with the help of chat scene. Just wanted to add that here. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, we have. Okay. Yeah. Correct.
How it going to help the larger team when it comes to the let's say for an example, we have a huge team for the product which is for a larger enterprise product. So I need to be in a specific place where I can able to communicate to the across the developer This is what the standard is. That's the first question. Second question, finding the common grounds always is a challenging thing. So I do have some thought over it, but
Yeah,
I would like to hear from you.
yeah,
What's your
so-
perspective?
So, as a foundational team, we always say that okay, this is the standard. Okay, so that has to be a challenge. That is a challenge because you might need some other features in the component. Like when I click on button, it should animate and become large. Okay, what we do is if you want that, build your own. Okay, so that's simple, but that's for an organization level when you see. Okay, if you start doing them, like giving the developers, every developer want to make that change. Like, I have this great design idea over here and I will make that change. But if that started happening, every page will have its own component with its own design and own things running around, right? So if you, an organization doesn't work like that, right? Any website doesn't work like that. You have to give a common experience, making sure that each and every thing looks and reacts at the same manner. Okay, so that's where you have to make sure that the common ground, you are the one who is setting the common ground rather than the other developers who are using the components. Okay, so that's the challenge with material like why we didn't go with material design and XYZs which are out there. It would be much more easier, right? Like just use that, it's already there. But again, for an experience with respect to Ford and everything which we have, you have to make sure that it's exactly the same what the organization leads are thinking about, how the marketing teams are thinking about, how you have to, there are multi-level of things which goes around, right? How to make sure that the website looks as it is, right? So I would say there has to be someone with the iron hand and say that, nope, this is how it works. Okay. What was the other question you were saying?
So other question is finding the common ground.
Finding
Why
a
it's
common
important?
ground, it's up to the designers. They, like in Ford, we have close to about our design lead has like around 20 years of experience with designing multiple things and around. So you need that visibility of and experience how it website should look like and everything, and they give you the idea about okay, these are the things. And when you start developing things, you start getting the ideas. Okay, this is now how it should look like. You get the idea of what your design lead would think about and start communicating the same to the others. So the common ground has to come from multiple places. It comes throughout the organization, I would say, not just like I'm not the one who is saying that this is how it should be. It's come like from the top chain.
Okay. One last question. So this is about the reinventing the wheel. So for an example, let's say I have a button, or let's say I have a data table. So I have a data table which I have built custom data table wise. Okay, I used SAS variables. I didn't use any third-party libraries like Tailwind or Meteor. I didn't use anything. I built my own. So let's keep this as A. So in B side, so let's say I'm using a material data table. So when it is getting executed on the runtime, or the chunk it is getting created, right? So I used to prefer the A side. So always, because it will be lightweight, because material is providing lots of APIs, which I don't want to use. So every time it is getting executed, it is running, right? So what is your take on this? So why I should use a layer of like Tailwind or Material?
There are advantages and disadvantages in
Yes,
both places. If you want to get a quick response with the UI, it comes like it should be precompiled styles the SaaS way, right?
Yes.
Then the other one is like if you want to make sure that it's per component wise you are rendering the styles rather than taking whole 1,000 lines of SAS file loaded together and then painting in the UI. That is also a challenge, right? That becomes a SEO challenge over
Yes.
there, right? So again, it comes with the perspective of what you want to achieve. Okay, what we are doing over here, we are making sure that our goals are, we have to SEO compliant, we have to make sure that it's performative, everything has its advantages, but based on your requirement, what you want to achieve, you have to follow up with the same thing over there. So use tree shaking for the component layer, like component library. We are doing that, making sure that, and and we are making sure that people are not consuming the components directly, but in a tree shaking way. So yeah, that's what we have been doing over here. It makes the website much load faster. That's what we have seen. We have our SEO scores pretty much good. If you go to foodpro.com and check it out, it's pretty much good. With this, we have around 89 SEO score, and I would say that's fairly simple, good, because we have a big, let's say, hero video which is like loads and runs again. So that takes much of time over here. Last question. I don't want to hold up more time over here.
Thank you.
Yep, yep. You want to?
So are you using any design patterns? Let's say the one that we can think of as factory pattern to reusable, to make the code reusable.
Yeah, so
were you using any?
Yeah, with respect to that, we are kind of like using multiple things. We have used HOC, we have used I'm not able to remember the others, but yeah, we have used, we are following design patterns. We are making sure that it's HOC is one of the things which we are doing, making sure that few of the analytical purpose which we need to use is passed through that, and we don't have to do it everywhere and every time. Definitely heavily invested in like context as well, making sure that our communication between the components are also through that. So for example, if they have to turn on any snack bar, they just have to pass some value in the provider, and that's it. So that's how we are trying to do over here, making sure that it's as easy as possible. But again, we have been working around right now 1.5 years. Every day is a kind of like a new challenge, I would say, and whenever that challenge comes up, you have to face that and like apply any design pattern which we have and make that it through. Definitely, yeah. But HOC is one of the things which we have been following throughoutly. So yeah.
Good. I have one more question,
Yeah.
probably that you might have answered, but I just wanted to ask anyway. So were you facing any issues related to the size of the library, and have you done something to optimize it?
Tree shaking, that's the way. Make sure that we have different libraries, inner libraries. Let's say our theme layer is separated completely because the tokens are if you keep it the same layer, it will be a big, huge ass library, right? Around 10 MB file. We have kept it separate. Our icons layer is also separate. We are making sure that everything which could separate out, we are keeping it separate. Our data viz, that is also separate, with a bundled up library. So make sure that it's as much as separated and like abstracted. And the second thing is tree shaking. That's the way to go. It will help you in, let's say, loading less, like the load time would be much more lesser when you are consuming through that. And yeah, that's one of the things which we are doing. We do we use white for our bundling thing, and we have seen that it helps a lot for, it's much more easier for configuration purpose. We have stopped using Webpack. We don't use Webpack. It's updated, I would say. So yeah.
One last question. So the thing is, you mentioned it as UA library, right?
Yeah.
So you have given more emphasis on giving custom CSS and all.
Yeah.
So why don't you give a support to JavaScript as well? Because let's say I wanted to click a button and you have to trigger an on-click or something. Why don't I give you a callback for the function and you can call the function directly? So it would be much easier for the developer to use the libraries.
Again, that becomes a multi-use case, right? So for example, you need that, but she might not.
When it comes to development, there will be functionality for sure, right? So why don't we give support to JavaScript as well? Because as you mentioned, it has
I think
multi-level.
we are doing that. Like for example, we're just exposing the components over here. So the props, you can control the component as you want. There is always that support.
Okay,
So if you want
to
a
the props,
on-click,
I can also give as callback functions.
yeah,
Okay.
you can do that. So it's just fairly a simple button which you will use, right? You create a HTML element button, right? It's the same thing. Okay. Now, for example, if we want to achieve, let's say, we want to make sure that while you are searching things, we by default add a debounce of 300 milliseconds. We can also do that, and I also expose that debounce to you as well, like if you want. So again, it's you have to take that decision of like what you want to expose and how you want to expose. But those are the things over here.
And one last question, that is, you have mentioned it as slot wrapper, right?
Yeah.
So let's how it will be appearing in the DOM? It will be appearing as slot wrapper itself, or can I use alias like I wanted to make it as a div or span or something? Is it possible?
In the DOM, you can do anything over here. So there is no restriction. Number one, you can do anything over here. In the DOM, it will just be a div. So here you can type anything, over there it will just be a div. So, yeah. Okay.
Last
Yeah.
question. You mentioned of the documentation, right? So
Yeah.
of course, if we want to do such kind of a design system, we need to have a proper documentation. So do we have any tool to make that easier?
Zero
Or you
height, storybook, zero height, those are the currently, zero height is paid.
Okay.
Okay. Storybook is free.
But
free of
still,
cost.
we need to type all those documentation of this props, or is that something we
You
can
have to-
extract? based
So
on-
Storybook automatically extracts whatever the props we are defining over here. But you have to, like for example, I can show you any example of Storybook. I don't have that over here, but an example could be there. Storybook. So this is much more easier for front-end UI visual test. So yeah, this is how it would look like. You have a defined structure. Like by default, whenever you are utilizing a component over here, the props, whatever you are exposing, let's say you have said accessibility option as a prop, right? Storybook automatically takes that up. So if you are exposing it to the Storybook, it automatically takes that up. But again, you have to define the comments in the props, whatever you're defining. Let's say there are multiple other options inside accessibility options, right? There could be button accessibility, there could be icon accessibility, there could be text accessibility, area level and everything. So you have to define that as a comment. Like what we do is like place down a comment into the code and make sure that, like for example,
JS doc or something?
Huh?
JS doc?
No, just add a comment. Like if you are adding a comment over here, those props and details will be applied in the Storybook directly. You don't have to do anything over there. So Storybook takes care of like 80% of the things. You have to still add the 20% of like how to utilize the component. So yeah.
Thanks.
No questions more?
I think any more questions we can connect to the
Yeah.
break session or the networking time.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rishabh, for your enlightening session. So before moving on to the next session, I think we have a very small icebreaker. Not as a team this time, we'll have as an individual thing. So here, like anyone knows any language apart from English and Tamil? But everyone knows at least English and Tamil, right? Okay, so we'll have a quick icebreaker, also kind of a mind game to you. So what the game will be like, you should say the numbers from 1 to like up to how many numbers you can, but in an alternate language. Say for example, if I know Tamil and English, you should say 1 in English, 2 in Tamil, 3 in English, 4 in Tamil. You got the game? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should go that. It should not be a lag. So there should be no lag while saying. You got the game? So I just want volunteers to do this. So it's of pure fun. So we'll have like 5 people who are willing to do. Post that, we'll continue with our next tech session. Volunteers? Anyone wearing pink color dress? Pink. Pink. Yeah, I got you. So it's not intentional, I randomly said the color and you just got. So your name please? Chandru, okay. So you got the game right. So you just say the numbers in alternate language. So you're comfortable with English and Tamil, right? Okay. So just try. You're going to start with English or Tamil? You just want to give a try first? Mike, yeah. Yeah, you can use the mic so other people can hear.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, so you did until 16, right? Yeah, it's actually a good count, yeah. Okay, so I think you got the game clearly right, guys. Like, anyone want to give up a try next? Yeah. Mike? So, I think Chandru said until 16. So, your name please? Roja, okay. So, you'll start? Sorry, just say it. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No lag, no lag.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's it. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
But it's a good try, like you tried until 30, yeah. It's a good try, Roja, yeah. Can someone beat her count? You have confidence? Should I pick random with colors? Or anyone's name start with J? J? No. I think Said is targeting someone. No one's name starting with J. Really? Why? I think we should see the registration list side. No one's name is starting with Y. T. Come on, guys. Like your name? Tamil Aruvi. Yeah, it's pretty name. Yeah, you can try. You just give a try.
We'll finish this first.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, enough.
I think you missed 29, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, someone who could say it spontaneously. No lag, no lag. Your name, please? Rajkumar. Yeah. Rajgopal. Okay. Yeah, no lag.
1, 2.
Okay. From first.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51
Let him do, guys.
52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 60.
Really a very good job, Raj Gopal, right? Yeah, actually, when this game was introduced to us, Talentship guys, we went for an event and we were asked to do this. The maximum count we could do is only up to 19. Like, I'm glad to see, like, a lot of people could do until 30, and you did really a very good job. I didn't expect that. So you are confident for that? Like, you could do this much before trying that? No, this was very huge, yeah. The last one, anyone to try for the last time? With that, we'll move on to the next session. Your name, please?
Sriram.
Shri.
Sriram.
Okay.
Shall I start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I think you did until 19, right? Yeah, so good job, Shri. So yeah, I think you're all fresh up guys, right? Can we move to the next session? Yeah. So the next session we'll have is with Kamakshi. So Kamakshi is a full stack developer at Talentship. She's having an experience of around 6+ years, and she's an active contributor to the AI project that is being done with the Talentship, and she has also participated in various tech events too. So Kamakshi, the stage is yours.
So, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon. Okay. So, hope you all are doing good. Yes? Okay. So, the talk of this session is memory management in JavaScript. So, before moving into the session, I would like to show some picture. So by seeing this visual, what are all the things comes into your mind? So anyone? Sorry, there is?
A sum function.
Okay. Any other? Okay, it is a function. Then another thing? Function?
Sum of two numbers.
Sum of two numbers. Any other thoughts?
Execution context.
Okay.
Execution context, scope.
Execution?
Context, scope.
Okay, any other thoughts? So, okay. I have two questions in this. So, once this program is executed, so where it will be stored? And the another question is, how long it will be stored? Any ideas?
Until the function add number is executed, it will remain. Since if we don't have any other code that requires this add number function, then it will be removed out of the memory.
Okay. So, any other persons? Okay. 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 So this is the agenda of our session. So I'm going to cover about where this function is stored and how long this will be stored. So in many of the programming languages, we can see the visual things, like we can see every flows and conditions of the programs visually, and programmer can easily understand what is happening, right? So some of the things are not visually we can see. These are the things are always hidden. So these are all the concept, basically like driving the ship like a captain. So I believe these things are all the beauty of the every programming languages. So myself, Kamachi Subramani, I'm working in a talentship as a senior software engineer, and I'm having around a 6+ years of experience in product development. So how many of you here managing your own thoughts in your memory? Understand my question? How many of you here managing your own thoughts in your memory? Obviously, everyone, right? We don't have any provision, like our best friend will save our thoughts in his memory. No provision, right? Similarly, JavaScript also has its own memory management skills, but it's additionally blessed with some of the concepts like garbage collection. So it's the beauty of the JavaScript, I always believe. So in everywhere, so the garbage collection is one of the main part. Without the garbage collection, what will be there? Only the mess, right? So these are all the content of our session. Initially, I'm gonna cover about what is the memory management, understanding the memory management, that is, and another one is identifying the memory leaks. So in this content, we can cover what are all the memory leaks and how we can prevent that. And last one is the effective resource management strategy. Before moving to the next slide, how many of you write an effective code? We think so. Okay, let me ask the question in the final session, okay? Let me see how many persons are still raising their hands. Okay. Okay, introduction to memory management. In this memory management concept, we have lot of new terminologies. So we need to understand these terminologies first to dive into the memory management. So in the first thing, we need to know what is the memory management is and how it will be handled in JavaScript. And another things, we have a different life cycle phases in memory management. We need to know that. And another thing is memory heap and stack. So these are all the data structure. We can cover detailedly in the upcoming slides. And the garbage collection, the real hero, enter into the action here only. So the memory management. The memory management is nothing but, so it is the process of allocating, using and deallocating in a program. So once the program started its execution, what is the duty of this memory management is, it allocates some parts in memory for the program. So in the usage phase, the programmer can easily use the allocated memory by reading or writing the things in the memory. And the deallocation part, once the execution is done, it will be completely removed from the memory. And the effective memory management is a crucial part in every application. So if we miss that it's not a long run application. So in JavaScript, the memory allocation is the automatic process. We no need to do any manual thing to maintain a memory. So it will do it automatically. Already we saw we have three life cycle phases in the memory management. The first one is allocation part. In this allocation part only, what JavaScript will do is, it will allocate the specific memory for the function or a program. So in the using state, already we said, right? So it allows the user to use the allocated phrase. And the final one is the most important part in our concept, the releasing the unwanted memory once the execution is completed. So in the allocation part, what JavaScript will actually do is, in JavaScript, basically the data types falls under two categories. So one is primitive data type and another one is non-primitive data type. So under this primitive data type, what JavaScript store is, it store the known size of the data. So like string, numbers, boolean, undefined and null values. And in non-primitive data type, it store complex data structures like object, functions and arrays. So and also we have a two data structure in JavaScript to store this primitive and non-primitive data types, that is stack and heap. So we can detailedly see in the upcoming slides. Stack. So it's also called as a static memory allocation. What it will do is, it will store all the primitive data types and additionally the object reference, not an object, the reference of an object. So the size of the data stored inside the stack is already known. So it will not grow during the runtime. The size is fixed in the compilation time itself. So it also follows one of the strategy like LIFO. Anyone knows about LIFO? Okay. What are the members comes last? It completes its duty and removed from the stack. So due to this strategy, stack won't need any additional memory clearing mechanism. And the next one is dynamic memory allocation. Heap, that is heap. In this heap, JavaScript store all the complex data structures like object, functions and arrays. So these reference of the object arrays will be stored inside the stack. It will not have a fixed size, so it is dynamically grow during the runtime. So it will not allocate this fixed size for these objects or array, anything. And also, most of the complication will arise in this part. It don't have any own memory clearing mechanism. It needs some support from the special member called garbage collector to clean this memory. So we can see some visual reference for how the values stored inside the stack and heap. The visual is visible to everyone? Okay. In the left hand side code snippet, I have given person object. We already saw that the object is stored inside the heap, but the reference of the object is stored inside the stack. We can see the bottom of the stack, I have, JavaScript store the reference of the person in the stack and the value of the person inside the heap. You can see the red mark, right? And also, next I have a dog object. This reference of the dog object also stored inside the stack. And the value of the dog object is stored inside the heap. You can see the yellow marks, right? And the next one is a function, getOwner function. This function is nothing but a callable object. So these reference also stored inside the stack and the value of the function is stored inside the heap. And the next one is name. So it's a primitive data type where it will be stored inside the stack, right? So here I have JavaScript directly stored the name inside the stack. And the final one is new person. New person referring to a person object. So basically it's an object. So this reference of the object is stored inside the stack. That is in lost red color. So here what JavaScript will do is it will not create any additional copy of the person inside the memory. Instead, it will point the already created person object. you can see there is no object created newly inside the heap. It's pointing already created person object. So clear? Okay. So next one is the garbage collection. So it is the process happening inside the heap. So stack already has its own memory clearing mechanism. It don't need any help, external help. So but not in the case heap. Heap handling a complex type of data types. So it need some help from garbage collection to clear its memory. So this garbage collection is an automatic process in JavaScript. We won't call it externally. JavaScript itself call the garbage collector when it's needed. So the duty of the garbage collector is reclaiming the memory. So it will not clear the object that already in use. What it will do is, if there is some unused object in the memory, duty of the garbage collector, so the process who doing is garbage collector. So it will remove the unused object from the memory and release the space to another object. And we have different algorithms in garbage collection. I'm gonna cover about only two. That is a reference counting algorithm and another one is mark and sweep algorithm. Anyone aware about these algorithms? Okay, great. So the first one is a reference counting algorithm. So it's one of the most basic algorithm present in the garbage collection. What it will do is, it will count the reference of every object present inside the heap. So if any object does not have any reference means, what it will consider is, it is not usable by anything. So it will eligible for the garbage collection process. So here I play one video, just go through that video and I will explain later. Okay, so just we can see the example how it's working. Here I have mentioned the same object we shown in the video. One is the person object and another one is a new person object and another one is an hobby, that is an array. So we saw it already how these are stored inside the stack. So initially I have taken this person object. How JavaScript will store this object is, it will store the reference of the person inside the stack and this object inside the heap. Here, okay. So the person reference is stored inside the stack and the value of the person object is stored inside the heap. Here, this person object have one more new data types, like a hobby is an array. So what JavaScript will do is, it will allocate specific space for this hobbies inside the heap and this object pointing to that hobbies. We already shown in the video. And also next one is a new person. So this new person reference is stored inside the stack and we already stored the person object. Here JavaScript will not create any new object inside the heap. Instead it will point the object that is already created inside the heap. And another one is in hobbies. So what this hobby is referring is, it's referring one of the key inside the person object. that is already allocated inside the heap in a new memory location. So let me show you. When I am printing the person object, I can get the whole person object, right? What I am going to do here is, I am going to call the garbage collector to know how this garbage collector is working. So here what I am going to do is, I am purposefully making the person object as a reference. By doing this, what I am exactly trying to do is, I am unlinking the reference between the person object from the stack to heap. So when I am doing this purposefully, I am assuming that the garbage collector will be called inside the heap. That will take the reference count of the object present inside the heap. When garbage collector enter into the heap, it can able to see two elements inside the heap. One is a person object and another one is an hobbies array. What it will do is, it will use, let's assume it will use the reference counting algorithm. What is the duty of this reference counting algorithm is, it will count the reference of the object. First it goes to the person object. This person object is referred by the person and the new person initially. Now what we done is, we removed the link between the person and the object inside the heap. Now the reference is removed, but still the person object having one more reference, that is new person, right? And the hobbies also have a one reference like these hobbies. So what garbage collector will do is, both objects are referred by some things. So it don't have any purpose to clear the objects inside the memory. So it will go without clearing any objects inside the memory. Again, what I will do is, here I am printing the person. The person value is now null. When I am trying to print the new person, still the person is having, a new person is pointing to the same object. Why? Because still the object is not removed from the heap. Still the new person is pointing to the person object. We are only making the person object reference to null, but not completely removing the person object from the heap. So now I am trying to remove the unlink the reference between the new person and the object stored inside the heap. Now I assume garbage collector enter into the action. Here garbage collector using the reference counting algorithm. What this reference counting algorithm will do again? So it will count the reference of the each object stored inside the heap. When it comes enter into the heap, it will look into the object stored inside the heap. There is two objects. One is a person object and another one is array. Now it will check for the reference counting. Now the person object don't have any reference and the hobbies have one reference. So now the person object is eligible for a garbage collection, right? Already we unlinked the reference, right? So it will be removed now. When we trying to print the both new person and person, now we can get both null values. Now the person object is completely removed from the heap. If I am trying to get the value of the hobbies, Okay, sorry. So when I'm printing the hobby, I'm getting the array value. Why? Because it's stored in the different memory location. Still it's having some reference to it. So still it is in the memory. If I want to clear this means I want to make the reference of the hobbies to null. Okay. Just I'm playing this video one more time for the better understanding. You can see again. Okay. Okay. Can we move to the next slide? So, as I said already, this is one of the very basic algorithm present in the garbage collection. This has its own flaws. Like, when the cyclic references happen, this reference counting algorithm will fail. How it will fail is, here I have given some code snippet, like I have declared one wild object and one domestic object. Now the reference count is for a wild object is 1 in the first step. In the second step, the reference count of the domestic is 1. When I am creating the cyclic reference between the wild and domestic, in the third line, wild.member, it making the reference count for the wild is 2. Again, when I am making the cyclic reference between the domestic to wild, here what I am doing is I am making the domestic reference count to 2. When I am trying to call the garbage collector, I am assuming I am calling the garbage collector by decoupling the reference between the stack and heap. Here, when I am doing this wild equal to null, it will break only the reference between the object inside the heap and wild reference inside the stack. And also similarly, I am breaking the reference between the domestic to the domestic object present inside the heap. But still internally they are referring each other. So when a garbage collector enter into the action, in this algorithm it counts the reference counting. Here still the counting reference count of the wild is 1 and the domestic is 1. So what it will assume is they are still in use. So it will not clear the memory. So it will go simply without clearing any object. But here we are removing the reference between the stack. Anymore we can't able to access this wild and domestic. But still they are in the memory. They are using some memory to memory without any use. So this is one of the limitation of this reference counting algorithm. To avoid this limitation, JavaScript V8 engine using some other algorithm, that is a mark and sweep algorithm. So what it will do is, it will not count the reference of the object. It will simply check what are all the objects reachable from the memory, it will keep that. Otherwise, if there is no reference mean, it will remove the object from the memory. So here, this is a high level overview of how this mark and sweep algorithm is working. So here, the above box is considered as a root, and inside the heap I have a two object, one is dead and alive. This alive object is reachable from the root object, so it will be assumed as a in use. So garbage collector will not remove this alive from the heap memory. Instead, inside the heap we have one more object in dead state, that is not reachable from the root. What JavaScript will do is, it takes this object and remove it is from the memory. Why? Because it is not reachable from the root. Okay. Consider here in the root, consider like assume like these are all reference inside the stack, and inside the heap the value of the reference. So what are all the references reach its value, these are all marked by the garbage collector, and what are all the things not reachable from the root, these are all considered for a sweeping phase. We have a two phase actually in this mark and sweep algorithm. One is mark phase. What it will do is it will mark the object in use. In this sweep phase, what has happened is it will neglect the marked object and it will remove the unmarked object from the heap. So you can see here we have a two phases. When the mark phase comes, it will mark the object that are reachable from the root. And some objects are not marked. Why? Because these objects are not reachable from the memory. In sweeping phase, all the unmarked object will be removed from the memory. So initially we saw some cyclic reference issue in reference counting algorithm, right? So this mark and sweep algorithm has a solution for it. Here what reference counting algorithm will do, it will count the reference inside the heap. So while this already have to count before we making it as a null in reference counting, and domestic also have a two reference before making it as a null. When I am making both as a null, I am breaking the 1-1 reference between the wild and domestic. When the garbage collector enter into the heap, in reference counting algorithm, it count for the reference. So still the wild and domestic has 1-1 reference. So there is no garbage collection happen. When in the mark and phase algorithm, what this will do is in mark phase, it will mark the object that are all in use. Consider now wild is null and domestic is null. Both objects are not reachable from the root, right? So there is no purpose to counting the reference in this mark and sweep algorithm. When garbage collection enter into the action, it will check whether the reference between the wild, no. It will remove the wild from the memory. And again it check the domestic as any reference, no. So it will remove the domestic from the memory. Now the memory is free, right? Okay. So even though JavaScript has its own garbage collection, it also has some flaws. So like the unpredictable passes and CPU overhead. It will happen in mark and sweep algorithm. Like when it's a small scale of application, the memory usage is not countable. So when it's a large scale of application, when the complexity of a function increases, that time the count of the object inside the heap is also getting high. This time what this mark and phase algorithm will do is it will take some pass between the function execution. It takes some time to clear the memory. Here the function execution pass will happen. We can't predict that passes when this garbage collection will happen and like that. And also during this mark and phase time, the CPU also overheaded. And also sometimes we having a problem with this large and long-lived object. So this is nothing but the objects lives inside the stack is called as a short-lived object. Though it's following a LIFO method, when the usage of the element is over, it will be removed from the stack. But that is not inside the case, like inside the heap. It needs some special person to come and clear the memory. Until here the garbage collection come into the action, these objects or occupied some space in the heap memory. So it's considered as a long-lived object. Okay. And also the cyclic reference issue in reference counting algorithm, and the memory reclaim is not always an immediate process. Like we don't know when the garbage collection is enter into the action and clear the unused memory. And also there is some potential issues of memory leaks. What the memory leak is, when consider the cyclic reference, garbage collector enter into the action, but still the memory is not released in reference counting algorithm. In that case, there is some unused object inside the memory, but there is no use in that. In this case, there is some memory leaks happen. In the small scale, it is not considerable. When it's a long scale, assume some 50 objects, unused objects utilizing your memory. Obviously, your performance of the application will come down, right? As we discussed, the memory leak is happen when the heap holds an unused object. So what it will do is, it will stop the garbage collector to reclaim the memory used by the another function. And also when the percentage of the memory usage high by the unused object, there will be a performance flaw in your application. So we have some common cases in memory leaks when we are declaring a global variable. Global variable in the sense when we are declaring a variable without a keyword like var, const. If we miss that keyword, means what JavaScript will do is, it is a global object, it is stored inside the global object. It is no more in the function scope, it is in the global scope. When the garbage collector enter into the action, once the function is executed, it will clear the object for the function scope. But here we declared the variable inside the global scope. Though the function is removed from the memory, but the variable declared inside the function is still in the global object. And another thing is uncleared intervals. Like when I am writing some time interval, after the function execution, I am not clearing the time interval. So what will happen here is, so until the function is cleared from the memory, still the time interval is happening inside the memory. And also the unremoved event listener. Still it's similar to the time set time out intervals. Here when I am adding an event listener, but end of the function I forgot to remove the event listener. It will be still in the memory until the garbage collector enter into the action. Still the memory is used unwantedly. And the final one is in circular reference. We saw it already, right? Cyclic reference. How we can prevent this memory leaks is, we can dereferencing the unused object. Like we can manually dereference the object by using null or anything. And also we need to manage a proper event listening management, and also utilizing a weak references. So I will cover this later. And also utilizing the monitoring tools. I will show some example for how the global variable is declared and how it is causing the memory leak. It is visible to everyone? So in the first function, what I am doing is, I am declaring one variable inside the function without a var or let or a const keyword. What happening here is, the variable is not inside the function scope, it is in the global scope. Once the function execution is done, the garbage collector will not clear the memory allocated for this variable because the scope of the variable is present inside the global. So how we can avoid this is, here we can see, right, the solution. So when we are declaring a variable, it should always be an function scope. Here I am used this const keyword to declare a variable, so it will avoid the variable to store inside the global. Once the function execution is over, the garbage collector will remove this not linked variable from the memory. And also here the forgotten time intervals. When I am creating one function, here I am setting some time interval, but after the execution of the function, I am not taken any steps to remove this interval from the memory. So it will take some space of a memory until the function is cleared from the memory. How we can avoid this is, when I am writing the function, when returning something, before that I need to clear the interval of the previously set interval. Here how we can do is, we can clear the interval. In the first step, I have set the interval. Before returning the value, or once the execution of the function is over, here I am taking some steps to removing the interval from the memory. And in the third example, I am adding some event listener inside my function, but end of the execution I have not taken any steps to remove this event listener from the memory, but it's not a good practice. In the left hand side, when I am returning the response of this function, I am removing the event listener from the memory. Okay. So another thing is a weak reference. So what this weak reference will do is, it will take the weak reference of the object and it will allow the parent object to eligible for a garbage collection once its duty is over. It will not hold that object for a not escape from the garbage collection. And also we are having some memory profiling techniques. So we have three techniques. One is inside the Chrome, we are having dev tools. Like when you are opening the inspect column, you can see the memory tab. So you can go here and you can take the snapshot of your heap, and you can see what are all the things, how much space is utilized for the things. And also the Node.js itself provides a own heap dump, and also we have third-party libraries to monitor the heap. I am not deeply dive into the session. If you have time, you can take it as a note. You can explore what is a Node.js heap dump and what are all the third-party libraries available to profiling the memory. So from here I am concluding my session. The key takeaway of the session is, we need to regularly use the profiling of our application to monitor the memory usage, and also we need to implement the best practices, like whenever we are going to set the timer, we need to remove the timer before returning the result. And also we need to understand the garbage collection to write an efficient code. So this is a key insight, like our knowledge is always should be like a heap, not like a stack. We need to accumulate every knowledge and store inside the heap, but we no need to call any garbage collector to clear our memory. It should always dynamic. Whenever we gather a knowledge, we need to keep spread the knowledge, and we need to grow dynamically. And that's it. Thank you. if you have any questions. Okay, I forgot the question. So, how many of you still believe you are writing the efficient code? So 2%. Before I saw more than 10% raising their hand. End of the session, I can see only 2%. Great. Yes, we can avoid this by using the mark and sweep algorithm.
We are not explicitly specifying any mechanism, right?
Yes, like if we use a V8 means it defaultly uses mark and sweep algorithm. So the old engines only use this reference counting algorithm. You can refer JavaScript engine V8, what the mechanism it following for the garbage collection. It obviously mark and sweep.
Comes to final production build process, right? We are using a thing called tree shaking. So tree shaking we will be using, right?
Okay.
So how does that refers to here actually? Is there any relation for that? Like
no.
Tree shaking is like removing the unreferenced code in the final bundle.
In JavaScript.
In
right?
JavaScript. So
it's a manual process you are using.
Yeah.
So like when you are writing the efficient code, there is no need for a external party to clear the memory. So like obviously when you are writing the efficient code, like when you are referring some timeout or event listener, and when the completion of the program you are removing efficiently from the function, means no need to use some third parties. JavaScript itself has its own memory management technologies like this garbage collections. Yes. Here I have not given any examples for a function. When it's a function, end of the function, the garbage collection will be called.
I have a question. I have here. So it's about using RxJS.
Or?
RxJS operators.
I'm not understanding your question. RxJS. Okay, React.js.
So we have a library. Actually, it's way of an Angular way of implementation. So it's a small insight I thought to share. Here.
Okay.
So RxJS has a unique set of operators.
You are sharing your own thoughts, right?
Yes.
You can come and share here to everyone. So if
Sure.
possible.
That's fine. I can stand here. So about the memory management, it's my personal experience. So since it's a way of Angular implementation, so nowadays I started using with React as well. So the set interval, set timeout, so all these the core of the loop kind of operators. No? So RxJS handles in a better way.
Okay.
So I would give if you guys have any chance, just try with React with RxJS.
Sure.
So Axios we have in order to communicate, and then if you ask me, try with RxJS. So it has more operators which has the sequence of API calls, which has the a way of properly getting the data and then aligning with the proper memory, and then once it's consumed, so it will destroy it automatically. So like subscribing, unsubscribing, event listeners. So instead of event listeners, we can use subscribe, unsubscribe. So it's my own opinion in a way. Actually, I am more of an Angular guy. Since last 5-6 years, I am using Angular. So for last 2 years only, I am started using React. So comparing with Angular, all my thoughts always I used to think with the Angular versus React, Angular versus React. So when I observed things, there are many advantages over in React over Angular, but in few places we can use this Angular by defaultly using RxJS. So the way we can able to subscribe the data and then undestroying it, and then sequence of API. Let's say at a single shot, let's say if we need to make consecutive of 10 APIs. So RxJS handles in a very quick way, like fork join. There are many operators are there. since forkjoin also deprecated, there are many ways we can efficiently write code. Since we are developers, always I used to keep front end as a lightweight. All the heavy lifting should be on back end side. So front end should be on very lightweight, right? So what is the best tools we have? So mostly I never saw people are suggesting with React.js, React with RxJS. So if you guys have any chance, let's try it out. It will give a better way of handling the data and then handling the API calls and then handling the error handling mechanism. So that is also one of the important key things. So for an example, I'll complete this quickly. So let's say I need to make, on the landing page, I need to make 10 different API calls to get the 10 different data from the 10 different sources. Let's say some of the data I might need to get from SonarQube. Some of the data I need to get from a different API, like a SQL DB query. So let's say we have a 3-4 different streamlines of data we need to get on a landing page itself, in the sense. So individually, we don't need to handle the error handling in that scenario if we are going with RxJS. So it will give a better visualization of understanding, like visualization in terms of development. So whenever I used to code, I used to visualize how the data flow will happen to the component. So in that scenario, it will be very easy for us to capture the error handling mechanism if we are going with RxJS. So just thought to share. I never used for the some small information. I never used set intervals in my code. Okay. Now set intervals, no set time outs. So it's always I used to
even listeners.
Yes. So those kind of operators is enhance our performance.
Okay.
So we as a humans, we always miss something. So at that time, these kind of operators will help actually. So yeah, just thought. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
I have a quick question. You mentioned about memory management and profiling tools, right?
Yes.
So when it comes to Node.js, we can use the inbuilt method .processes .get heap memory or something, right? What do you suggest when I want to do the memory inspection in front end? In developers tools, we can see the stack memory, but when it comes to heap memory, how can I visualize them?
Yes, like I've shown you, right, in the memory tab, you can take the snapshot of your heap. There is one option, so you can use it. It is not for a stack, it's for heap.
Is it possible to view them in real time in some sort of visualization or
Yes,
something?
you can have some third parties libraries like Datadog, I think, so you can use it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think we could connect during the networking or during the break time if you can.
So we can connect.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I think we have time constraints and we need to align with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Sure.
Thank you so much, Kamakshi, for your beautiful session. So the time is 4:25. We have a short break, so the refreshments are available at the pantry. Please do avail them, and maybe we'll get back in another 10 minutes. 4:35. We have our restrooms on the left side and refreshments on the back side of the pantry. Guys, we'll try to settle back in another 2 to 3 minutes so that we can kickstart our next session. Vignesh, I think we can just kick back to our session. Maybe a minute for everyone to settle. People at pantry, like, can we back to our seats in another few minutes? So maybe meanwhile in that time I'll use the opportunity to connect with you regarding the openings at Talentship. Like if anyone is interested in joining our Talentship family, like you can contact like who's wearing Talentship t-shirt, maybe the concerned person might know. And even I'm working as a full stack developer at Talentship, so any queries regarding the hiring, please do reach out to us so that we could connect. So maybe I'll address the general queries regarding the hiring. So I just use the 2 minutes. Before that, like a gentle reminder, people at the pantry, please do get back to your seats in another 2 minutes. We are like around 25 minutes taking a break. So yeah, a general query regarding the internship at Talentship. I think many of the people here have that query. So yeah, we do have internships at Talentship, but the process is like quite similar to the interview process. So you do apply your resume, maybe if you have any referrals, like any point of contact from Talentship, you can send them your resume. And we have a proper interview process where we'll just have a formal interview to just look like how much you are kind of like know your area of interest. So with that we can just onboard you to the internship. So we do have internship, but it is a 3-month period. Currently the internship is going on, and 1 month more to complete the current batch. So maybe if you are interested, you can get the email of anyone who is working at Talentship and do apply for your internship stuff. And again, it's purely the interview process. So it's not kind of a referral thing, or you cannot join directly. But we have an interview process through which, if you are like eligible, we will be onboarded. So apart from internships, we also having opening for mid-level developers and QA, also DevOps. So if you are interested specifically, you can contact us. We do work from here. Yeah. No, we don't have any specific time limit, like you should be the immediate passed out students from the college. The thing is, like, we don't provide stipend for the 3 months. So if you are very much fine working without stipend with us, like you can post your resume to us and we can proceed. Yeah. Yeah, you can, we can network like post the session. Anyone who is wearing Talentship t-shirt, you can contact Sudha. So she's the event lead for Talentship. So giving intro, so she's a product manager and, project manager and the event lead. So any event that you come here, you can see Sudha and you can network with her. And anyone wearing Talentship t-shirt, and of course you can reach out to me too. I'm fed up wearing Talentship t-shirts. I think the crowd got settled. Maybe before kickstarting to the session, I think Vignesh have an announcement. Can you do, Vignesh?
So JSLovers as a community, we have collaborated with TechXConf. So TechXConf is Asia's largest AI and cloud conference. It is going to happen on November 15 and 16. So it is going to be a 2-day conference. Nearly around 5,000 people, so developers and many students, many people will come. So nearly around 5,000 people is going to attend this. It's going to happen in Chennai. So Nandambakam Trade Center, they have planned it. So as a community partner, we also get 30% offer on the regular tickets. So we will share you those coupon code in your mail after the meetup. So please do register and make use of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Harish. Thank you, Vignesh. So the next session would be from Harish. So many of you would have known Harish. So he's an active YouTuber who is an developer at Zogo Corp. So I think this is not his first session. So he have given many notable sessions like at International Summit regarding JavaScript stuffs. So without any delay, Harish, the stage is yours.
Hello? Am I audible till the last? Guys, at the last, if you can hear me, just raise your hands. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, so here, has anybody ever heard about this word design patterns? Okay, I see few hands. Do you guys have any idea about what a design pattern is and why it might be used in the industry? Can someone just give me an answer? Any simple answer? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it is like a blueprint, you said, right? So I'll simplify this. So before getting into what design patterns is, I'll just give an intro about myself. Myself, Harish Rajendran. I'm working as a full stack developer at Zoho Corporation, and I've been an intern in few startups during my college days, and I do actively have a social media handle where I have around 35,000 subscribers in my YouTube channel. And I have been a speaker in Namma Flutter chapter of Chennai, and I have been a speaker in Bangalore Great International Developer Summit as well. So this is my third session. So here we'll be looking into the few design patterns that we are been using in our day-to-day life, but we might not know the name of. So here are the patterns that I'll be covering. I'll give you how the session will flow. At first, I'll give you a single liner about what this design pattern means. And then I'll explain what the design pattern is used for, and then I'll give you the exact code through. It could be a short snippet. I'll be running the code. If required, I'll run some benchmarks and I'll give you some insights about how it is implemented. And then at the last slide, I'll be showing you few use cases, few real-time use cases that you can actually implement in your day-to-day application. So this is the flow of the entire presentation. We have around 9 design patterns to cover. I might miss some, and one prerequisite is it is not mandatory that all the design patterns should solve all the problems. There will be cons for every design patterns. So in the entire 9 patterns, you can find many discrepancies in each of the patterns. So so I'll explain what design patterns means. So design pattern is nothing but it is the software solution for a problem that has been proven multiple times and that it is efficient. It is like not like an algorithm. I'll give you a difference between algorithm and a design pattern. Algorithm is a step-by-step procedure to solve a problem. It is the like a quote from the textbook. So it is like the entire problem is divided into how it should be solved. That is an algorithm. Design pattern is a suggestion. It is like how you can implement your code. You can write whatever code you want, you can write in whatever language you want, and you can write whatever way you want. So you can implement multiple design patterns together. But when it comes to algorithms, you cannot infuse 2 algorithms together and make a new algorithm. Most probably it won't work, because that's what algorithms are built for. So yeah, the key word is it is efficient and proven, because it has been proven that if you use this specific design pattern, a problem will be solved, and that problem you have to identify. It is called the pattern. Yeah, and we'll start with the first pattern. It is called singleton pattern. Most of us could have encountered this word or might be using it in our day-to-day life, right? So how many of you have heard about singleton pattern? Yeah, okay. So I have few hands I can see. So it just ensures that a class should be instantiated only once. Why, you might ask, right? I'll give you an example. See, here there is a counter example. Counter is nothing but it counts a number from 1 to 100 or infinity something, right? So you don't have to instantiate a counter each and every time. Let's say you wanted to have some sort of likes for a post, right? For the single post, you need only one counter. It could be singleton for a single post. But what if you want to have a global counter? Let's say how many times the page has been refreshed, or how many times some action has been done in your specific website, right? For that, you can use this singleton pattern. Here, typically what has happened is there are 2 variables, that is counter 1 and counter 2. It uses counter dot instance to create an instance. In this case, 2 different instances for each of the variable has been created. What happens is, in the memory there will be 2 objects created and you will be consuming more memory. So to prevent that, what we can do is we can instantiate only one single instance for an object, and whenever someone or somebody is trying to create another instance, you can return this instance as well. But make sure that it should be clear that your use case must be clear, that you need only one object for the entire application. In that case, you can definitely go for singleton pattern. So I'll give you an like the code demo throughout. So if you guys anybody want to look at the code later, you can just have a photo of this and you can just later open it up, or you can just Google it up, Harish-R, and then design patterns. You'll be able to look it up. Can I move on? Yeah, sure. Okay, so we'll first declare. I think, is it visible for everyone, or should I increase the font size? It's fine, right? Okay, moving on. So this is the first thing. Here I have not implemented the singleton pattern. What happens is, I am creating a global variable counter, and then we have a class. This class returns it has few methods, getters and setters. The first thing is creates an instance. It's nothing but returning this object of the current class. And then we have get count. This returns the count of the current variable that has been assigned. And there is increment method and decrement method. It does nothing but it increments the global counter variable and decrements the global counter variable. This is a flawed method when it comes to singleton pattern. And we'll move on to the next one. So I'll just quickly copy paste this. Okay. Okay. So this is something I have implemented into the design pattern. This is the float method where I have created two counters as per the first image that you have seen, right? So here there is a counter and I have the get instance, get count, etc, etc. Here I have created counter 1 and counter 2. Here what happens is when I strictly check whether the two instances are same, it is going to return false because these are two different instances. So if you want to fix this, what you can do is, I'll go on to the updated code. The trick here is, if the instance, I have an instance variable, it is like a flag variable you can say. If the instance variable is already present, which means if the instance is already created, you have to throw an error. You can only create one instance. So this is the one thing. This is very simple to implement. Most people can easily implement this thing. Here nothing has been done except for this one. When I create the first counter, it is instantiated very easily. I'll just comment this code. Yeah, see, you can see no error. When I create another instance, here the counter 2, you can see I'll be getting an error where it says you can only create one instance. So this is the implementation of singleton pattern. And to make it more stronger, and you don't want anybody in the classes or any other file to modify this specific class, right? What you can do is you can use object.freeze method. So this method, what is that does is the instance that you have created, right? It will make the instance freeze. That is, no other objects or no other functions can modify the methods or variables that is bound to this specific class. This is the singleton pattern that how you can implement it. So I just create a singleton counter, and whenever someone tries to get the instance, I'll create return this single instance as well. So throughout my application there will be only one instance. So this is the example code for singleton pattern, and I'll give you few examples on how you can use them. So the first use case is database connection instance. It has been asked as a question to one of my friend in interview as well. So I am myself as identify as a full stack developer. I don't only work with front end, I do work with back end as well. So when it comes to creating a database connection, right, it takes a lot of time. It takes around like 500 nanoseconds. But why 500 nanoseconds itself is too much of time is, let's say you wanted to spawn up an instance and give them some sort of URL, right? You have to do those things in 1 or 2 milliseconds. So in those 2 milliseconds, those 500 nanoseconds itself will be very high. So what you can do is, you can create a single database connection, and throughout the application you should not create any other database connection. You can just return this instance, and anyone who wants to use the variable, they can consume and use them. So this is one use case that we actually using in our code bases. And the next thing is global configuration settings. Anything that should be available for every people, and that should be used by all of them, and they should not modify something, right? Those are called as global configuration. You can use for them. And then there comes centralized logging. Logging is something that we use in our day-to-day application. It could be severe log, error logs, or it could be like info logs, etc., right? So what is meant by centralized logging is, you can create a logger method and you can use them throughout your application. I'll give you an example why it is an apt example. You cannot say that I'll be using SLF4j for one file and another file I'll be using log4j. It doesn't going to happen. I have verified few test cases and it has not come up as a conflict. So when you want to do something centralized, for example, I have personally used something known as HTTP client. It is nothing but a wrapper for fetch API, where whenever there is some error happening, automatically that HTTP client will be throwing error in the UI itself. So if it is from 400 or some other status code, it will not throw any error in the UI. It is like a custom handling. But I want my entire application to use the same. So I have created it as a singleton object and freeze the object, and everyone in the application could use the same. And then cache manager you can say, and then single instance for global state application. Any application state that should be available globally, you can create it as a singleton. And yeah, that is about singleton. I hope everybody got a gist of what singleton is. Anybody have any doubts? If you have any doubts, just note them down. We can take it up in the QA sessions. Yeah, and there comes the second pattern, which is proxy pattern. Proxy pattern is often used in serialization and deserialization. So I'll give you an quote of what it is. It controls the access to an object by acting as an intermediary. It is nothing but, let's say you have a class and you have too much let's say variables in your class. You wanted to modify the variables, but you wanted to intercept the variable. Let's say I wanted to update the age of a person, but when somebody tries to update the age, I wanted to make sure that the age is not more than 80 or the age is not lesser than 18. So I wanted to restrict something. So those things we can implement them. So there are two methods that is going to be called by default is set and get method. This set and get method will be knowing whether you are doing some sort of manipulation or you are retrieving the data. So yeah, this is about the proxy pattern. I'll give you an example as well. Okay, so we'll go to the code. So first what I have done is I have created a object, a person object, and then I have created something known as a proxy. Proxy is used created using the keyword proxy pcaps. So this is how we create a proxy. The first thing is the object that you wanted to intercept, and the second thing is a object of functions. Those functions should mention get and set method. So the get method will do something whatever that you mention, and there will be two props, that is target prop and the properties. The target is nothing but whatever that you have mentioned here, right? The person, that is the target, and prop is nothing but whether yeah, I'll tell you. Here I have mentioned proxy person proxy dot age. This age property is present, right? This is what comes as the second argument, that is prop. So whenever someone tries to increment the age, what method will call is set method will be called automatically, and I'll get target, prop and value. The target will be the person and the prop will be the age and the value will be the 1. So what I am doing is I'm just console logging. Whenever someone is trying to set the data, I'll be console logging change age from 22 to 23. That is the old one to the new one. So that is what I am doing, and we have to return true whether you have modified the data or not. What you have modified you can return in the get method. So this is about proxy pattern. So I'll give more example as well why we have used this. Okay, so here I'll okay, here I have created the same proxy person, and in the get what I have done is, if the prop of object is not present, which means let's say I have created a proxy person as name, age, email, country, right? I don't have the company variable. So if I use dot company, I wanted to console log, that's not the property that is existing. So I'll give you an example. Let's try to access. Yeah, see, you can see reference error proxy person. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, see, you can see the first method got invoked. I have seen that the object of prop is not present, and I have done some console logging that the property doesn't exist. So this is one example. And then let's say I'm trying to change the name, but I wanted to intercept. So what I have done is, if the changed property value is less than 2, I wanted to say you need to provide a valid name. So that is what happened here. So you can intercept whatever that you do, whether it is a get method or set method. You don't have to mention it as get or set explicitly. Whether you try to reassign it, or whether you try to add something, whether you wanted to create something, you can intercept all the things that is associated with a class. So I'll give you all the examples. So here I am trying to change the age to some random text. Age cannot be a text, right? You can obviously use TypeScript, but for the sake of explanation, so here what I did is, if the prop is age and the value of type of prop is not a number, sorry, you cannot pass numeric values. I have just did a console log, and you can see the same, and I have console log the value as well. So this is what happening. This is basically what proxy pattern does. So I have another example. This is not like a different example and all. It is a different way of implementing proxy pattern. Instead of mentioning at object of value something, right? You can use the reflect keyword. So this reflect keyword is created inside JavaScript to implement proxy pattern itself. So the two keywords that you will be using to implement proxy pattern is proxy and reflect. So it is nothing but whatever that you get as props, you can just directly give it to the reflect method, and the reflect method will do the processing as normal as possible. And before assigning it, you can do whatever interception you wanted to do. So that's about proxy pattern, and I'll give some examples on where you can use them. The first thing is whenever you wanted to do some sort of cloning of complex objects. It has object, and then inside that it has another object, and then it has array, right? So what if somebody is trying to modify the object.object.array variable, right? You wanted to intercept and you don't want to proceed, or you wanted to do some sort of deep copy, right? You can do that manually and return them. So that is possible. And whenever you wanted to create multiple instances of an object with a default value, whenever someone tries to access the variable, you will do some interception and you will populate the default values. You can do those with proxy pattern. And then the next thing is whenever you wanted to reinitialize objects, right? You can just check in the get method itself whether it is already existing or not. It is kind of similar to singleton, you can say, but it is yeah, as I already said, design patterns might conflict with each other, right? So the next thing is, in game development you can create multiple characters, and whenever someone tries to increment the variables of let's say the damage is more than 100, you can just intercept and say it cannot be more than 100, you can say that. And then the next thing is object pooling for performance optimization, which you can just Google it and find it out. So I'm so sorry for that. So yeah, the next thing is prototype pattern. Prototype pattern is nothing but you will be creating an object which should be very simple, and you wanted to add some sort of let's say you wanted to add some sort of functionality to your existing object. You don't want to intercept in the classes, but you wanted to add some sort of any sort of methods, external method, right? So those things can be done using proxy pattern. I'll give you a code example as well where you can completely understand what this is. So here what it does is, you will be assigning new methods to existing object. So that's what it says as create new object by cloning existing ones. So when I give you an example, you will completely understand. So we will go for the examples. Yeah. So here I have a class that has a constructor and a method known as Bark. So you have created three different instances, and you are console logging each of them, and you can see that each of the object is being placed, right? So when you want to implement a prototype, right, what you can do is you can do the class name and then dot prototype and then dot play or whatever that you want. So this is usually used in the concept of polyfills. So whenever you wanted to override a method, array.prototype.myMap, you wanted some sort of customized map, right? This is usually asked in JavaScript interviews, if you don't know. So if you don't know, learn about what polyfills are. So what you can do is, you can mention the class name and then prototype, this is the keyword, and then whatever method that you want, and you can give the method to it. So let's say there is a dog one called Daisy, but there is a dog 2, right? If I call the dog2.play, what do you think will happen? It will also say playing now because we have given a new method to the class itself. So whoever that has implemented the class or instantiated with the class, they will be able to get the variable with the newest instantiation and the newest method that we have assigned to it. And we have a few more examples to make you understand what this is. So there is a dog, there is a class called dog. It has a walk property as the previous slide. So we have also used dog.prototype.play and sorry, okay. Is it visible, guys? Okay. So it also has dog.prototype.play that has a function. Now I wanted to implement some sort of new function, new class that should have already that is already existing in the previous class, and you wanted to add some sort of new classes. Why it is important is, let's say you have 5 dogs and all of them have implemented the dog class. So one single dog wants to fly, and you cannot definitely do dog.prototype.fly because it will be applied to all the dogs, right? So in this case, what you can do is you can create another class extending the previous class. So I have created a class called a super dog where it is extending the previous class, and it has a method known as fly. And if you are going to instantiate the new one, you have to instantiate with the new class name called superdog. So only the dog with the name Daisy can fly, but other dogs cannot fly. So let's try making it. The dog2 is there, right? Dog2 is implementing the plain dog class. So I'll be trying to uncommon this one. So you can say dog2.fly is not a function because dog2 is not implementing the super class that has been extended from the previous class. So this is the example for prototype design pattern. It is I'll give you the use case as well. It is being used in the event handling systems. For example, let's say you wanted to do some sort of DOM events, right? You cannot directly go to the class and type of the DOM events as a method. So it will be absurd. So what you can do is in the runtime, you can check whether these DOM are present, whether the events are there or not, and then you can just do class.prototype. Whatever function that you want, and then you can assign them. So that is one thing. And another thing is message broadcasting. There is a separate design pattern specific to this one is coming in the upcoming slides. And the next thing is notification system for the user activities. Whatever the user does, right? Let's say you have a class and you have a code that should be executed when somebody deletes their account. Not everybody is going to delete their account, right? So you don't have to write the main code into your class. You can just delegate it whenever the button is clicked, whenever the sign out button is clicked, the user.prototype.signout can be added to the class. So that is like adding methods whenever you want dynamically. So that is also you can say. And the next thing is stock monitoring and real-time data feeds in financial dashboards. Yeah. And yeah, the next thing is observer pattern. You might be using observer pattern, you might not be using observer pattern, but it is one thing that we should learn, because this pattern solves a lot of problems and it has been used internally by JavaScript as well. For example, whatever events you have, you've been using something known as event listeners, right? DOM.event listeners of click event or change event, right? So those things comes under observer pattern. Observer pattern has two things. That is, the first thing is observable object, and then there is something known as observer object. So observable object is something that you are looking or watching into, whether there is some sort of change happening to the object. That is known as observable. And the observer object is something going to receive something from the observable. I'll give you an example. Let's say I am Cristiano Ronaldo, right? Most people would have been followed me or subscribed to me through Instagram. Whenever I post some sort of post, everybody must be notified. Or let's say I'm a YouTuber and you have been subscribed to me, and whenever I publish some sort of YouTube video, you should be notified. So that has been possible only with these observer pattern. But in the high level, I'll explain how you can implement in your systems. Yeah, and there is two specific keywords that I want to mention. The observable is something you can call it as publishers, and the observers you can call it as subscribers. So this is called as pub-sub model. This has been used in industry for scaling the backend, for pushing logs, etc. Yeah, I'll give some example on how we can use observable pattern. Okay, so here what I have done is, there is a class called observable, there is a constructor, and this constructor must have an array. This is a keyword, it should have an array. You will be passing whatever the observer gives or whatever the subscriber gives into this array. Whenever the notify method is called, you have to iterate through the array and call whatever the subscriber has given to you. I'll give you with an example. There is a subscribe function. This has nothing but it will be pushing whatever the subscriber give into the observers array. And there is an unsubscribe method. What it will do is, it will remove whatever the subscriber wanted to unsubscribe. Let's say you have been subscribed to my YouTube channel and later you found my content as boring and you want to unsubscribe, and still if I push notification to you, it won't make any sense, right? So for that I have given something known as unsubscribe, and for the observable design pattern to work, you should implement subscribe and unsubscribe methods. And then there is something known as notify. This is the important thing. So notify is something that this takes up every single instance in the array and calls them. That's it. It is that simple. I'll give you a walkthrough. What is that does is, here it iterates to the observers array using the for each and takes the observer, that is each single instant. It could be a function, it could be an object, whatever. Most probably it is a callback function. So what is that does is, it calls the observer with the data that has been provided with the notify. Let's say I am uploading a video on JavaScript. JavaScript is the data and you guys are the subscriber. So what I am doing is, I'll be iterating from here. I'll call her and say that I have pushed a video on JavaScript. I'll call him and say that I have pushed a video on JavaScript. For each and every people who are my subscriber, I'll call you and tell that I have published a video on JavaScript. So that is the real world example that I can give you. This is how it has been used. So what I have done is, here I have created the observable object, the constructor, the subscriber you can see, the unsubscribe, the notify, which is same from the previous slide. We have implemented a method known as weather station. It extends the observable object. What this does is, it will call the super method to instantiate everything from the previous one, and it has a temperature and mention it as null. So what we are having is, we have a set temperature. Set temperature is nothing but you will be creating a new temperature and set it to a variable. And there is a notify method. What it will do is, it will notify that the temperature has been changed. So what I am doing is, I'll be creating a weather station object which is extended by the observable. And then I'll be creating a display1 function and display2 function. And what I'll do is, I'll create weather station dot subscribe of display1. Display1 says it is from the display1 function and the current temperature is this. And there is display2, it also subscribe to the same thing and it says the weather has been changed. So I'm trying to change the weather by using the set temperature. I'll give you a walkthrough. The 25 is being passed here, and what happens is, it comes here and the new temperature will be 25, and what it does is, it will call the notify method with 25, and the notify method will loop through every single variable. There are only two variables, that is this display1 and display2, because these two are the function that we have called the subscribe method with. So if you call the subscribe method with display1, it will be pushed into an array, and if you call the display2 method, display2 is also pushed into the array. So when you change the temperature, it will notify everybody. So what happens is, I'll quickly come on this house. Okay. So observer subscribe, new observer subscribe, this is the display1, and observer subscribe, this is a display2. Whenever the temperature is changed, it is being It has been console logged inside this, so we can just comment it out, not making really any sense. So whenever there is a change in temperature, every single entity that has been subscribed will be called one by one. So this is what I have been telling you, like I'll be calling him, I'll be giving him the data, I'll be calling him and giving him the data, right? So this is how it has been implemented, and I'll call this method, that is the set temperature again. It will again call everybody and tell that the temperature has been changed. So this is about the observable pattern, and I'll give you the use cases as well. So this is like, let's say you wanted to do some sort of user authentication. Let's say somebody got logged off of your application, and still there are some parts of your application that is working, that has its own state. In this case, what you have to do is you have to disable every button. Let's say there is some cart application and there is some search bar that is working, right? When somebody tries to sign out, you have to notify every single component that the user has been signed out. You stop processing. So this is possible using observable pattern, and there are other use cases as well, which you can have a look at. For creating state management module, obviously you can use observable pattern. Have you ever heard of states in React? You guys have heard, right? Obviously what it is used is, whenever there is a change in JavaScript variable, it should directly reflect in the DOM, right? How it is notified? It is using this observable pattern only. So that's a major use case for observable. And the next thing is module pattern. So module pattern, I assume that everybody has used JavaScript in some places in our life. So we have been using module pattern, or has encountered module pattern at least in our life. Just give a guess. I'll give you a hint. The thing that I am mentioning is heavier than black hole. Can you just say what that module is? Yeah, obviously. So node module is something that has been implemented using module pattern. This module pattern is very simple to use. The two keywords is import and export. Whenever you import something from somewhere, it is definitely using the module pattern. Whenever you are exporting some function to another component, it is using module pattern. As I already said, different patterns can coexist. So it encapsulates the code into self-contained units with public and private members, as said already. Yeah, I'll give some examples as well. Yeah, see here there is a monolithic JS. Monolithic JS is, it is not implementing the export and import, or it is not using the module pattern. You have a function for add, you have a function for subtract, multiple, division, etc., etc., with handling as well, right? So how I can use this? I can just call the function to run a calculator. This calculator will console log with the numbers that has been given with add, subtract, multiply, divide, right? So this is called as monolithic architecture, we can say. Not exactly an architecture, it is an implementation. How we can simplify this? By decoupling the code. The thing is, you can import something from another file. So to enable import, you need to use ES6. So I have mentioned something known as type as module. This should be mentioned in your node modules. When if you are a backend developer and using JS, you should mention the type as module to make the export and import work. So what I have done is, I have imported add, subtract, multiply and divide method, and the same calculation is running here. But there is another file called as calculationlogic.js, where I have exported every single function. So when you want to import them, you can just use this syntax, like import these functions from calculation.js. So, and this thing is mentioned as curly brace. Curly brace is nothing but dereferencing what you will be getting multiple exports from a single file. You can import those functions as dereferenced variable. Let's say you don't want to implement import subtract, you can just skip this. So this is also possible. This is about module pattern. So I'll give some example. Let's say there are different classes for event handling or logging, right? You can just put it in a different file, and you can, whenever you want, you can use it in your own file as well. And there are something known as you wanted to extend the functionality of a class without extending them. You can just import the functionality. You can just mention the functionality in a separate JS file. You can just import them and then use them without using any instantiation, etc. Right? So that's about it. And the another thing is, let's say there are different UI components. There is a sidebar. There is a let's say there is a card component, there is some sort of currency conversion component, everything, right? You can put them in a different file and you can just import them wherever you want, and then you can just use them. So that is about the module pattern. And the next thing is mixins. Mixins is something that I was not exposed in the early stage of JavaScript, but later after using different libraries, I was exposed to mixin as well. Mixin is nothing but it is a short code that you can implement or import into your code, and you can just use them. And those mixins should not have any dependencies with the current component that you are using it. It should be like, I'll give you some example. It should not modify the states of the component. So, and it should not handle the routes of the component. The mixins should act as a standalone application. I have mentioned it in my own words as well. Mini codes that can run independently and might be required anywhere in your code, but not all the time. Whenever you want, you can import them. When you wanted to import, you can just import the mixins and you can just use them like an helper function, as I have already mentioned. I have few mixins laid out. Let's say, I have my index.js. So here I have a few mixins, that is device mixins, and importing them I have smart home, light control, temperature, security monitor, etc. So I have created smart home, and inside the I'm creating a new device, and I'm using the object.assign to assign something to an object. The living room will be given the light control, which is imported from the different file. And there is something known as this is also a device, but I wanted to implement some different functionality. So it should be a temperature control, which is also implemented in a different class. And there is a smart camera. It should have security monitoring, right? So each of these variables can have different use cases. Like light can be turned on and turned off, but the temperature control cannot be turned off. It can only be modified, right? So those things you can achieve using mixins. And you can see one thing, it is not directly modifying any states. It is not directly interacting with the routes, right? So that's one thing. And this is how we have implemented the mixins. You can just export the variable, and the variable can contain multiple methods, and those methods can be independent of however you wanted to use it. And here in the classes I have a device. It is a simple device, and there is smart home. It is a simple smart home, but it has a add device and view devices function. So what I have done is, here I have used the add device method to add different sort of devices into my code, and I am using it like living room right dot turn on light, living room light dot adjust brightness, etc. etc. So this is about mixin pattern. Mixin pattern, you don't have to worry or complicate over. You don't have to overwhelm yourself. Mixins is nothing but it is a short piece of code. Whenever you wanted to use them, you can use them and then dispose them. It is that simple. Yeah, and then we'll move on to a few examples. Whenever you wanted to drag and drop, right? It is like kind of a hectic thing when you wanted to implement drag and drop by yourself. You can just do the heavy thinking and do it as a mixin, and other developers or you in the future can just implement the mixin and give the draggable component and droppable component, and it will be doing all the logical stuff. You don't have to worry about it. So that is one thing. And the next thing is form validation. So here one of my friend have done a form validation. So it is something as a common form handler. where everyone in our team can use that form handler. We don't have to worry about the internal implementation. I'll just give him the data and the mixin will do all the work for me, and I can just don't worry about the logic, and the other person can do the logic as well. The next thing is theme switching. It is like 4 lines of code, right? But you don't have to write the 4 lines of code everywhere. You can just call the mixin and just tell him that just switch the dark theme and store it in the local storage, or set the user preference, etc. Using an API. You can just do that as well. And then modal handling. Let's say you wanted to have a modal. Modal is nothing but a pop-up in your application. The pop-up should have a delete pop-up, there could be an create pop-up, or the pop-up should be disabled, the pop-up should be in the loading state. All these implementation, you can just give it to another developer or give it to another file. Whenever you wanted to use, you can just implement the mixin and you can just use them. Yeah, the next thing is middleware pattern. Middleware pattern is something that we all use knowingly or unknowingly in our day-to-day life. Any Node.js developers here? Okay, yeah. So you guys definitely know what middleware pattern is. We use something known as app.use, right? App.use of something, or app.use of JSON, app.use of cars. For resolving cars error we'll be using, right? That is called as middleware pattern. Middleware pattern is nothing but it acts as an intermediary, not only for a class, for an entire request. So this is the distinct difference between proxy pattern and middleware pattern. Proxy acts as a middleware for a single class. Every single instances it acts as a proxy. That is proxy pattern. But for the entire request or the entire backend, if you want to have some sort of interceptor, that is called as middleware pattern. This is something where you want to use some sort of sequential processing of requests in the pipeline. You can use them. So this is the pictorial representation. Without middleware pattern, the component will be using some sort of mesh network. Each component will be contacting everyone, right? So what you can do is you can set up a mediator. Mediator and middleware are goes hand in hand, both are same. So you can set up a middleware, and every component can ask the middleware to do something, and the middleware will do the work for you. So I have another example as well. As I already mentioned, app.use is a common use for middleware. Whenever there is a request coming, it will go to the middleware and you will be calling the next method. The next method is something known as, it will call the next sequence. So that is how we implement it. I have implemented it. I'll show the code as well. Yeah, let's go to the middleware as well. Yeah, this is a simple Node.js. I'm trying to install Express, so that is the middleware for me. So okay, I don't have cars, I guess. Okay, import statement is outside the model. Okay, I'll give you a walkthrough of what it is. So we have cars and we have logger.js. So logger we will be using as a middleware. So what I have done is I have created an Express object and we have created a port as well. We have mentioned app.use of logger. What it will do is for every single request, it will pass through the logger object, and in the logger what I have done is I'm just console logging whatever the request.method and request.url is, and then I'm calling the next method. This next method is the keyword. It will be calling you the next sequence that has been waiting in the backend. So yeah. So here it will go into the logger method and it will do the console log. After the next statement, the control comes here. So here I have mentioned some cars options, and I have used app.use of cars. So cars is nothing but I have implemented it from node modules. So I have installed from node modules, and CORS is nothing but cross-origin resource sharing. It's something when you wanted to make some sort of request from HTTP to HTTPS or HTTPS to HTTP, right? So those things from the server it will not accept by default. You have to enable them whenever you wanted to do some sort of cross-origin sharing. So I have used this. So what it will do is it will go to the CORS method, and the CORS method will automatically call the next method. So only if you implement the next method, it will be acting as a middleware, or else it won't happen. And then obviously the get method will be called, and whatever. At first the get method will be called, and then these things will be going over, and then you will send the response. So this is how it works for the middleware pattern. Unfortunately, I was not able to present the exact working of it. So yeah. The next thing is flyweight pattern. Flyweight pattern, have anybody have an idea about flyweight pattern? You shut up. Okay, so I guess nobody has an idea about what flyweight is. In the start of the session, I might have told you that you guys might have used in your entire life, but still don't know the name. That is one thing called as flyweight pattern. Flyweight pattern is nothing but an caching mechanism in the front end to create objects. So I'll give you a brief example. I have run few benchmarks. I'll give you the code through. So it is nothing but minimizes the memory usage by sharing the common data object. This is the keyword, common data. So common data in the sense everything should be the same, and the number of times you are creating an object might be different. So that is about flyweight pattern. I'll give you a real-time example, only then you'll understand. So yeah, we'll move on to the flyweight pattern. I am very much impressed with how the performance or the optimization has come up. So the first thing is I have created a book class. There is nothing fancy. We are just creating a constructor, setting the title, author, and ISBN. ISBN is nothing but international book number, I believe. So it is like a unique identifier for a single book. So there are two implementation, with and without flyweight. So this is the without flyweight. This is how we all do. This is how we have used traditionally. So what I have done is I have created a book without fly list as an array. Whenever the add book without flyweight is called, what I will do is I'll create a new object, and I'll add the sales availability etc. to a new object, and I'll push it to the existing array that is available. And there is another method known as print summary without flyweight. What is that does is it will give the length of the array which has been present. So I'll give you a real-time example for this. I have a Harry Potter book, I have a Titanic book, and I have some other book, X book, let's say. So I wanted to create a library. What I can do is I can create an entire shelf for Harry Potter, and I can just put them everywhere, all the books. Let's say 1000 books of Harry Potter, the same copy. I can just stack them, and in another page what I can do is I can stack all the Titanic books, and in another page I can stack all the, let's say, Psychology of Money book, right? So I have 1000 books and 2000 books and 3000 books, right? What do you think the length of the array when I implement this will be? It will be around 6000, right? So we are going to optimize this one. This is called as flyweight. So here in the flyweight.js, what I have done is I am creating a set of ISBN number, because ISBN is going to be unique. As I already said, it is a unique identifier. So for the entire 1000 Harry Potter books, I will be having ISBN of 1234, and for entire Titanic I have 0123, and for Psychology of Money I have the ISBN as let's say 567, right? What do you see is you can see 3 unique identifiers, that is 1234, 0123 and 567. There are 3 identifiers. Is it possible that I can have only 3 books in my shelf and tell the people I have 1000 copies of first book and 1000 copies of Titanic and 2000 copies of Psychology of Money? Does that make sense? It is an optimized way, right? This is what we are going to do in the flyweight pattern. So here we have ISBN of I'm checking whenever the create book is called. What I'll do is if the ISBN is already existing, I'll return nothing. So if it is not there, I'll create a new book instance and I'll add it to the add it to my set, the new identifier, and I'll return the book object that I have created right now. So when you call the add book, I'll call the create book method. Create book method will create only once. If it is there, it will return whatever that is present in the object, or else it won't return anything. If the book is present, I'll push it to the book, or else I'll do nothing. So whenever you wanted to do some sort of 1 million insertion, right, but only for 3 books, you should do only 3 insertion. You should not do 1 million insertion. So that will lead to memory usage. So I have created a benchmark to test both of them. I have implemented the flyweight and without flyweight, both of the methods. And there is something known as calculate memory process. What it does is, it will in Node.js, if you use process.memory usage.heap use, it will give you the heap memory that is currently being used by the specific process. And I have divided it by 1000 and 1000 to convert it into bytes, megabytes, and then multiplied and divided by 100 to round it off to 2 decimals. So it is nothing but you will just give the current memory. That it is that simple. So in the run benchmark, what I did is, I'll call the before memory and the start time, and I'll insert 1 million books, and for 1 million books there could be only 100 unique identifiers, because I have modded it with I. This is just a simple test cases that I have written for it, and I have given the ISBN to the add book method as well, and I have created the end time and the memory consumed afterwards. And here what I done is, I am calling this run benchmark twice, for with flyweight and without flyweight. For both of them I am calling the benchmark, and what I am doing is, I get this, right, memory without, memory with, and time without and time with. I am storing it in a variable and creating an array. Array contains some logging properties, nothing. It has method without flyweight, time in without and with, time memory when used without, memory when used with. So the base is considered as 1x. So we'll just quickly run how the performance difference is. Since I'm iterating for 1 million times, it is present as this. Yeah, so this is the performance boost I have got with, let me just run it again. Okay, so this is the performance boost that I have got by running with and without flyweight. So when I use without flyweight, the memory used is around 431 megabytes. But when I use the flyweight method, it's around 1.25 megabytes, and the performance boost in time I got is 17 times, not 17%, it is 17 times. Let's say you wanted to run some sort of looping, or you wanted to create some instances for 1 minute, right? If you do it with the flyweight pattern, you will be doing it in just 1 minute, but without using it, it will take for 17 minutes. It is called 17 times. So when it comes to the memory boost, right, it is around 300 times the difference of with and without using the memory for flyweight pattern. So this is the thing that I'm really not sure. So that's why I try to run it again, but I'm not sure about why the minuses. Yeah, now it is proper. Yeah, the average time boost I get after running multiple times is, the minimum time I get in terms of time boost is 15x, and for memory boost I get the minimum is 30x to 300 to 400x. So it depends on the runtime and how many processes your processor is currently handling, etc. But this is the rough number that you can arrive. But when you see the pattern as an individual, right, as a human, you can clearly say it is optimized, because nobody wants to take and stack up 1000 and 2000 books, right? So definitely storing 3 books and telling the user that I have 1000 books of this and 3000 books of this is more than enough, right? So that is about flyweight pattern. So there are few use cases. The first thing is actually used by one of my friends, and he have explained me, that is known as shared texter. So when you see there are something known as open world games. Open world games in the sense you can roam everywhere and you will find someone walking in the street, and there will be some trees. There will be similar trees, but if you see the entire game, there will be only 4 trees which will be repeated again and again. So those things they will be maintaining an array where they will be pushing it 4 trees, and they will be mentioning it. Currently in the screen there are tall trees, there are 4 trees. In the small bushes there are 3 bushes. They will be maintaining the count. So that is about that is used in game development for shared texture. And then there is for caching in UI component, if you wanted to avoid multiple renderings, right, you can just maintain a count. If it is already rendered, you don't have to render it. And in graphic editors for font management, not only in font management, I am kind of DSA nerd, you can say. I do delve in a lot into algorithms. So in this font management can be easily represented in 128 bytes array. It is that simple. You don't have to create A, B, C, D, E, and then for every word you don't have to create another entry. What you can do is, whether it is present or not, you can store it in an array. The first 38 letters, the small letters, can be stored from 32 to 94, and then 94 till 106 or something, right? So those things can be used. So those things also comes under flyweight pattern. And the next thing is reduced memory overhead for string interning. String interning is nothing but it is a string pool. If it is a new concept, I will explain it to you. String interning is nothing but, let's say you are typing some sort of essay document, right? The word the might appear 20 or 30 times. They will not store it as the again. So what they will do is, the is appearing 20 times, and the word software is appearing 2 times, etc., right? So that is also used, that comes under flyweight pattern as well. And comes to the last pattern of the day. This is factory pattern. Factory pattern is nothing but it helps you to create dynamic instances without using the new keyword. You can just pass some parameters and you can create different instances. I'll give you some example that will make you more clear about what this is. As I already said, it returns an object without using the new keyword, but this is not the actual use case of factory pattern. The use case is different. I'll give you a code walkthrough. See, I have a main.js. I have 3 types of payment. The first thing is credit card payment, and the second thing is payment through PayPal, and the third thing is bank payment, net banking, etc., right? So in the payment.js, I have 3 different classes. Payment class to do the processing, and then credit card payment class to do the processing, and the same for PayPal as well. All these things are extending something known as a payment class. So this payment class is created here. What this does is, whenever you extend something from something, you can do a static method. You can create a static method that will be automatically called when you instantiate a variable. You can get the method that you want to invoke. Let's say you wanted to create a payment. You don't have to make your code complex. Let's say I wanted to create a PayPal payment. I don't have to type PayPal payment interface, or I don't want to type a bank transfer information. I'll just have to give payment information, create for PayPal, payment information, create for credit card. I don't have to type it out myself. So what I'm doing is, I'll give us the type as credit or type as PayPal, and this method will use the return keyword and return whatever the corresponding object that is. So in the main method, this is what the developer will implement. Let's say I'm doing some sort of coding, and another developer wanted to do some sort of coding, right? You don't have to create another class and you have to implement them, you have to call them, and you have to sync up with them. You don't have to do that. You can just reference this the factory method. Factory method is nothing but the method that is doing all the switches, etc., right? You can just go straight to the factory method, see what are the types of payment available. You can just implement using the common creation patterns. So by using the create payment of whatever that I want, I can just run them. So this is about the factory pattern. I don't think I have to run this and show because it is self-explanatory, and there will be no much output to utilize from all as well. So these are the examples, as we already mentioned, the different types of payment and different types of configuration based on the environment variables. When it comes to using AWS or let's say Firebase we are using, right, there will be something known as environment variables. There will be two types of environment, multiple types of environment: test environment, development environment, production environment, or let's say security environment. There will be different environment. For each environment, I wanted to create a set of, I want to create a different object. So to utilize those things, you can use the help of factory patterns. And yeah, for creating different types of vehicles in a simulation game, you can create a car object or a vehicle object. You can just create a factory of vehicle factory. Inside that you can what you can tell the code is vehicle.create bike, vehicle.create of car, vehicle.create of JCB, etc. So it is that simple. I think we came to the end of the session. If you have any sort of questions, you can ask me. And for the record, I am a fresher still. Yeah. Do anyone have any sort of questions? Yeah. Okay. 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 So I'll give you an example for mix-in patterns. So I work with the front-end team as well. So there is a senior developer. He developed something known as serializer. So what this does is you don't have to implement it or you don't have to use it multiple ways. We have some component known as canvas component. So what I have to do is I have to drag and drop something into the canvas and it will be rendered in the perfect place. But it requires a lot of calculation. What I did is, in a smart way, I delegated it to him. So I said that I have some other work, you can do it, and it is a bit complex work, but he did it for his own application. We are a microservice architecture. So he have created a mix-in known as canvas serializer and canvas deserializer. What I did is, obviously we have the same designers, obviously we have different use cases, but the drag and drop and the canvas are the same, right? So what I did is, I imported this mix-in, that is the serializer mix-in, and I gave the data and directly rendered the component.
You have written a util method and you have exported it so that it can be used all over the project. How is it different?
Yeah, this is a valid question. How it is different from a util method, right? Util method, sometimes we can call without importing them. Let's say it is present in JavaScript and I am using a library and both of them are in a monorepo. I can directly use the JavaScript methods without importing them in my library. But when it comes to mix-ins, the mix-in should be registered and it should be imported to use. So when you don't use any sort of mix-in, right, by default the compiler, whatever framework that you use, it will not import the code of the mix-in to the current file. But when you import the mix-in, the entire code of the mix-in will come into your application. So yeah, you can set it to global variable and you can directly use the method. It is directly available in JavaScript. Let's say you have an index method, right? In the index method, whatever that you write will be available throughout the code. You can directly use, because JavaScript uses closures. It will be having lookup to the parent and then parent, and it will go to the global object. So definitely all the methods that is present in the function index.js will be directly available. So when you don't want to have some code into your file, but only you want them when you want to import it, right? So that's when you go for mixin. Yeah. So why I did not mention all the patterns is obviously there is a time constraint. Yeah. So I wanted to touch the patterns that are commonly used and not much exposed. So that's why I chose them. If you want to present, you can directly get the mic and.
A question over here.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a few disadvantages of observable, or what we should not do in
For observer pattern.
Yeah, observer pattern.
Okay. Okay, let's say you wanted to do some sort of event capturing to a single entity in the web browser, web page, and you are adding some sort of click events, and you are observing it, and you are adding another change observer event listener to the same object, and the parent, right, parent component to the child one, you have created another click event, right? When you click on the parent, it will create some sort of event bubble. So the first one will be called and the child will also be called, but when you want to only click on the child, the parent will definitely be called. So that is one thing you should avoid. You should, if the child is already having some sort of, if the child is already subscribed, the parent should not subscribe.
And is there any memory implication with that observable pattern?
Sorry?
Memory implication.
Memory implications, I'm not sure about. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So the way we need to get the data from observable is, we need to look for it. We need to subscribe to that. So, which means it's like exactly YouTube channel which I am subscribing. So which means my channel is open. Unless or until I am closing the channel, it is still open.
Yeah.
So that will be the one drawback, I would say, because subscription, unless or until if you are not unsubscribing, in the sense, it will keep on listen to that memory. So the memory still it is consumed. So unless or until if you are not, generally in Angular, we when the component getting destroyed, at the time we will clear everything. Unless it will still sit on the browser and then it will eat the memory like anything. So that is the one biggest problem with the observable. So that is the reason from V17 Angular, so they have introduced signals. And then the zone, there is a concept called zone.js, which is for the dependency injection. The base of Angular is two-way data binding. So listening the things from the event, DOM event, in the name of zone.js. So they completely wiped out the zone.js. So they introduced this signals. So, so there are the major drawback I would see as observable point of view is that the memory issue. So unless or until if you are not properly handling or clearing the observable subscribers, or not just observable, we can create our own observables. So the data cleaning should be done manually. So or else it will create chaos. In later versions, typically I would say, right, RxJS is the operator. Right now there are more feature in it that automatically it will unsubscribe by itself, like how the memory handling just now we discussed, right? So internally it is handling, but still it has the gaps and then it has the flaws in it. Yeah, it's about, I hope I have answered the question.
Yeah, I think we could wind up with this. Maybe any more questions to Harish or any speaker, we can connect in the networking time. Yeah. Thank you so much, Harish. We have a small announcement from Vignesh.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. So actually we are making a collaboration with Harish. As you know, Harish runs a YouTube channel. JSLovers, we are collaborating with him to make content for JavaScript. So this content actually is going to deliver in Tamil, but we are creating in English. Like what as of now we have planned is, from JSLovers part we are going to make a roadmap. If someone new comes and want to learn JavaScript, so what they have to do? They have to follow a roadmap, right? So from beginner to medium and advanced, we are going to create a roadmap, and we will be writing articles on each of the topic on this. So also we will be having a GitHub repo where the code will be pushed. So we have a lot of developers here, so a lot of experience and senior developers here. So you can contribute to this. So this is going to be an open source initiative, but we need your support. This can't be done by 2 or 3 people. We need your community, right? So that's why we are here to ask you. So you can contribute, like I said. I will give it to Harish.
Okay. So yeah, என்னோட சேனல் வந்து தமிழில் இருக்கிறதுனால I'll try to talk in Tamil right now. So என்ன அப்படின்னா வந்து எத்தனை பேர் வந்து நமஸ்தே ஜாவாஸ்கிரிப்ட் பிளேலிஸ்ட் பார்த்துருக்கீங்க? சரி, உங்களுக்கே தெரியுது இவ்வளோ பேர் வந்து நமஸ்தே ஜாவாஸ்கிரிப்ட் பார்த்துருக்கீங்க. அது ஏன் தமிழில் அவைலபிளாக இல்லை அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து இங்கே இருக்க நிறைய பேர் வந்து யூடியூப் சேனல் அப்படின்னு வந்துட்டாங்களே அது வந்து அட்வான்ஸ்டாக போகக்கூடாது, இல்லை வந்துட்டு பிகினர்ஸ் வந்து டார்கெட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நிறைய பேர் வந்து நினைக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ எனக்குமே அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தாட் தான் இருந்துச்சு. பட் நான் க்ரியேட் பண்ணுற டைமில் வந்து why don't we target the advanced topics as well. ஸோ அதுக்கு தான் வந்து நான் டெவலப்பர் டூல்ஸ் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுது அப்படின்றத நான் ஆல்ரெடி வந்து கவர் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். எப்படி வந்து ஏபிஐஸ் வந்து பேக்கெண்ட்லேருந்து டிசைட் பண்ணுறது அப்படின்றத கவர் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். அது வந்து ஒரு க்ளோஸ் டு ஒரு 40,000 பீப்புள் வந்து வாட்ச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அண்ட் GitHub வந்து எப்படி நம்ம விஷுவலைஸ் பண்ணி சொல்லி தர்றது அப்படின்றத வந்து நான் க்ரியேட் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். அது வந்து அரௌண்ட் ஒரு 1 lakh பீப்புள் வந்து வாட்ச் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. ஸோ இவ்வளோ ஒரு பவர் வந்து நம்ம கையில் இருக்கிறப்போ why don't we make something so good that தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வர டெவலப்பர்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஆணித்தரமாக சொல்ல முடியணும், நான் வந்து பயங்கரமாக கற்றுருக்கேன், எனக்கு வந்து ஜாவாஸ்கிரிப்ட் இன்டெப்த்தாக தெரியணும் அப்படின்றது வந்து நம்ம வந்து சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறதுல தான் இருக்குது அப்படின்றது என்னோட ஒரு பிலீஃப். ஸோ இதை வந்து கண்டிப்பாக தனியாலாம் வந்து என்னால் பண்ண முடியாது. ஐ மைட் மிஸ் அ லாட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் when it comes to creating a long course, right? ஸோ அதனால தான் வந்து ஒரு JSLovers அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இவ்வளோ பெரிய ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கிறப்போ ஏன் நிறைய பேர் இது வந்து நம்ம ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் இனிஷியேட்டிவாக எடுத்துகிட்டு போவோம். எப்படின்னு நான் சொல்கிறேன். இதுக்குன்னு ஒரு GitHub ரெப்போ வந்து நம்ம க்ரியேட் பண்ணுவோம். அதுக்கு நீங்கள் உங்களோட அக்கௌண்ட்லேருந்தே வந்து கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் அதுக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம வந்து dev.to பேஜ் அண்ட் டெய்லி டெவ் இந்த மாதிரி டெவலப்பர் பேஜ் medium.com இதுலேயுமே வந்து நம்ம க்ரியேட் பண்ணுவோம் நிறைய பேஜஸ் எல்லாம். ஸோ உங்கள் சைட்லேருந்து நீங்கள் உங்களோட போர்ட்ஃபோலியோக்கு க்ரியேட் பண்ணுறதுக்காகவே நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு லெட்ஸே ஒரு எக்ஸிக்யூஷன் கான்டெக்ட் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆர்டிக்கல் போட்டிங்கன்னா அது நீங்கள் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக இங்கிலீஷில் கூட போடலாம். அதை நீங்கள் இங்கே சப்மிட் பண்ணுவீங்க. இதோட ப்ராசஸ் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு டாபிக், அதோட இன்டெப்த் எக்ஸ்ப்ளனேஷன், அதுக்கான ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள், அதுக்கான ஒரு யூஸ் கேசஸ் இப்போ நான் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணலை அதே மாதிரி தான் இதை வந்து நம்ம லைவாகவும் கோட் பண்ணி காட்டுவோம். ஸோ ஏன் இது வந்து நான் இனிஷியேட்டிவாக எடுத்தேன் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போது தமிழ்நாட்டில் நிறைய பேர் வந்து நல்லா படிச்சுக்கிட்டு வந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அவங்களுக்கான கரெக்டான டைரெக்ஷன் மட்டும் நம்ம கொடுத்தாலே வந்து நிறைய பேர் வெளியே போவாங்க. அண்டு ஒரு இது மேபி ஸ்டீரியோடிபிக்கலாக இருக்கலாம், பட் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச நிறைய மேங் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ்லாம் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து போனவங்க ரொம்ப அவுட் பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறது வந்து நான் வந்து பர்சனலி என்னோடய இன்ட்ராக்ஷன்லேருந்து நான் வந்து நோட்டீஸ் பண்ணேன். ஸோ நம்மக்கிட்ட ஒரு சேஞ்சை க்ரியேட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னா அதை ஏன் நம்ம ட்ரை பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படின்றது தான் இந்த இனிஷியேட்டிவ். ஸோ யாருக்கெல்லாம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கோ வந்து விக்னேஷோட லிங்க்டின் பேஜுக்கு வந்து நீங்கள் மெசேஜ் பண்ணுங்கள். ஸோ விக்னேஷ்கிட்டே நீங்கள் டேரெக்டாக வந்து காண்டாக்ட் பண்ணலாம். இது வந்து நீங்கள் ஃபுல் கமிட்மெண்ட் கொடுத்து பண்ணணும் அப்படின்லாம் இல்லை. நீங்கள் ஒரு டாபிக் எடுத்தாலும் அது இன்டெப்த்தாக நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு ரைட்டப்பாக கொடுக்க முடிஞ்சதுனாலே அதை வந்து என்னால் ஒரு நல்ல கண்டென்ட்டாக மாற்ற முடியும். இதுக்கான ஃபுல் எடிட்டிங் அண்ட் ஷூட்டிங் அது எல்லாமே வந்து என் சைட்லேருந்து நான் பார்த்துப்பேன். ஸோ உங்களோட ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் வந்து என்னோடய சேனலுக்கு கீழே வந்து மென்ஷன் ஆகியிருக்கும். அதை நீங்கள் எப்படி மானிட்டைஸ் பண்ணுமோ அதை நீங்கள் வந்து பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ யாராவது இன்ட்ரெஸ்டாக இருந்தீங்க கண்டிப்பாக இவர் வந்து காண்டாக்ட் பண்ணுவோம்.
திஸ் இஸ் அ நாட் ஃபார் ப்ராஃபிட் அப்படிங்கிற இனிஷியேட்டிவ் தான். ஸோ இது மூலமாக நாங்கள் மானிட்டைஸ்லாம் எதுவும் பண்ணுற இது கிடையாது. ஸோ ரைட், ஸோ யூ கேன் காண்டாக்ட் மீ. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் மோஸ்ட்லி சீனியர் டெவலப்பர்ஸ் ஆர் அவங்க நிறைய ஆர்டிகல்ஸ்லாம் எழுதியிருப்பாங்க அப்படிங்கிற நம்பிக்கை தான் நான் அதை சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ நீங்கள் யாராக இருந்தாலும் வரலாம், கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணலாம். நீங்கள் எழுதலாம், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. வி வில் ரிவ்யூ இட் அண்ட் தென் பப்ளிஷ் இட். ஸோ மோஸ்ட்லி மீடியம் dev.to அந்த மாதிரி பிளாகிங் சைட்ஸ் தான் பண்ண போகிறோம். ஸோ JSLoversனு ஒரு பேஜ் இருக்குது. ஸோ அதுக்கு நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு ஆத்தராக பப்ளிஷ் பண்ண போகிறீங்க. நாங்கள் ரிவ்யூ பண்ணிட்டு ஓகேனா அது புஷ் பண்ண போகிறோம். ஸோ அதுதான். ஸோ இது வந்து ஆக்சுவலாக நீங்கள் ஒரு மீட்டப் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படிங்கிறது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஒரு ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷனாக நீங்கள் GitHubல உங்கள் கோடு போட போகிறோம். ஸோ நீங்கள் ஒரு மீடியம் ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதினதாக இருக்கும். ஸோ உங்களோட கொலாபரேஷனும் வேணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் இதோட மோஸ்ட்லி மோட்டிவே.
So thank you so much Vignesh and Harish for your beautiful initiative. So since this is our second meetup of JSLover community at Chennai, so we have introduced a new segment called the lightning talk. So what this segment is about, any developer who have created their own application like code base can come here and showcase their produce, so that it would be like we can just continue through that, like your contribution, or like it is a good opportunity for that particular developer to showcase like how things works. So if anyone here or any people whom you know have like good code base, like have created a beautiful application that you feel that it should reach out to the people out there, to all the developers, you could contact Vignesh or Jyoti Prakash. So we would let you know their email ID for contact, so that you could contact with your code repo, so that they would review, and your projects would also get showcased here in every Java JSLovers community meetup. So this is the first segment. As I said, we have Naveen here to showcase his repo. Yeah.
ஸோ ஹலோ எவ்ரி ஒன், என் பேர் நவீன். நான் ஃபுல் ஸ்டாக் டெவலப்பராக ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன் அட் டைம்லெஸ் பள்ளிக்கரணையில் உள்ள கம்பெனியில். ஸோ இது என்னோடய ஒன் ஆஃப் தி சைட் ப்ராஜெக்ட்டு. ஸோ நான் ஈவினிங் வீட்டுக்கு போனதுக்கப்புறம் உட்காந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணுவேன். லைக் ஒரு 2 or 3 hours நான் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணுவேன். புதுசாக டெக்னாலஜி எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணணும், அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை லேர்ன் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுனால நான் பண்ணுவேன். ஸோ இங்கே ரியாக்ட் ஜேஎஸ் லாஸ்ட் சென்னை ரியாக்ட் மீட்டப் வந்தப்போ எனக்கு ஒரு ஐடியா, ஏன் வந்து கம்யூனிட்டி லெவலில் ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஐடியா. ஸோ அதனால் நான் இந்த டூல் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு பண்ணேன். இது என்னென்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, கஸ்டமர் ஃபீட்பேக் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். அதாவது நீங்கள் ஒரு அப்ளிகேஷனாக ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ரன் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் வந்து உங்களோட கஸ்டமர்ஸ்டேருந்து வாங்கி ஒரு ஃபீட்பேக்கை வாங்கி அதை ப்ரியாரிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி நீங்கள் லைக் யூ கேன் டெவலப் ஆர் ஒர்க் ஆன் சம்திங். ஸோ இது வந்து லைக் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் ஒர்க்கிங் ஆன் 10 days ago. கரெக்டாக ஒரு 20 hours தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருப்பேன் அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட்டில். MVP இப்போது ரெடியாக இருக்குது. நீங்கள் இந்த ரெப்போவை போய் செக் பண்ணி பாருங்கள். நீங்கள் யாராவது கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நினச்சிங்கன்னா கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுங்கள். கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் கைட்லைன் எல்லாமே நான் ஆட் பண்ணிட்டேன். ஸோ ஐ திங்க் யூசர் நேம் விசிபிளாக இருக்கும். github.com/mcnaveen/lin போனீங்கன்னா டெவ் பிரான்ச் பார்த்துங்க. நான் இன்னும் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் வந்து அக்செப்ட் பண்ணலை. ரீசன் என்னென்னா, கோர் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ்லாம் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ டிஸ்கார்ட் சேனலுமே கீழே இருக்கும். ஐ கெஸ் கீழே லிங்க் இருக்கும், டிஸ்கார்ட் லிங்க்குமே. நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணி பாருங்கள். இங்கே இருக்குது டிஸ்கார்ட் சர்வர். இதில் ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. கரண்ட் டெக் ஸ்டாக் என்னென்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, Next.js வித் TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, அப்புறம் Prisma ORM, ஷாட்சியன் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ இப்போதைக்கு ஷாட்சியன் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன். பட் ஆனால் நான் வேறு ஏதாவது இன்னொரு பெட்டரான காம்பவுண்ட் லைப்ரரிக்கு மூவ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ தட்ஸ் இட். கண்டிப்பாக யாருக்காவது யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும், செக் பண்ணி பாருங்கள். இப்போதைக்கு நான் ரீஃபேக்டர் பண்ணணும். இதில் இன்னும் நிறைய ஒர்க் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்குது. பிகாஸ் ஐ புட் ஒன்லி 20 hours on this. யாருக்காவது இதில் கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுற ஐடியா இருந்துச்சுன்னா நீங்கள் டிஸ்கார்ட் சர்வரில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்கள், நம்ம கண்டிப்பாக பேசலாம். தட்ஸ் இட். தேங்க்யூ. And thanks to Vignesh Bro for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Navin. So, as you all know, we are at the end of the session. So, before concluding the session, is an as usual thing. We would like to hear feedback from you in the live, so that we could know like what went well and what we need to improve. So, maybe some volunteers to come over here and share your experience.
Okay, first I would like to thanks everyone for organizing this. Today the agenda was a little clear, and then it started with the design pattern and not with the design pattern, the design system, and then following the design pattern, followed by the last sessions. It was really great, I would say. And today I was able to get what was the what was planned versus what was delivered was it was executed very, very well, I would say.